you truly care about the rights of other women, and you're like, you know what, we stand against their rights, they have the right to work, etc., no problem. If you have a good husband, why don't you share it?
Can I answer that?
Yes, I'm going to ask, do you truly care about your co-sisters?
No, I care about me. There's enough people in the world for people to get married and not have to share a husband.
No, there isn't. Certain things has to be done for the greater rights of the community.
Do you know the Muta man, the Muta man, the Muta man? Do you know the Muta man who lives on Dawa Lane? Do you know the Muta man, the Muta man, the Muta man? Do you know the Muta man who lives on Dawa Lane?
Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. If your second wife starts acting up, threaten her next of kin.
You're out of a job, boy. You're finished. You're finished. Allah, you're finished. You're finished. You're finished. Allah, you're finished.
Us Dawa guys are just perverted individuals.
Allah, you're finished.
Aha! Aha!
Hello, hello.
like
We are live. Welcome back to Reason Answers, your home for the
crackhead clown individuals.
Had a new introduction there today. A individual named Sal produced that, posted on his channel. You can find a link to the full song, which is about 3.5, 4 minutes long, something like that, on his channel. You go to my community post and you can get the full version there. Very appropriate introduction for what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to be talking about the Mohammed Hijab hotel wife scandal and the Dawa gang cover-up, the Dawa Epstein List, if you like, where a group of 75 da'is conspired to keep the marriage, or to keep Mohammed Hijab secret for him, to help him cover up, to discredit Aisha, discredit Salman, the individual behind veils that brought the accusations, all conspiring together. One of those individuals is Hashim. He is actually the founder of this Dawa group. He created this group of 75 da'is and was one of the main figures conspiring, offering suggestions of how Mohammed Hijab can discredit Aisha. And he also happens to be an individual that regularly goes to Speaker's Corner, the free speech center in the United Kingdom there. We have Chris from Speaker's Corner, who also regularly goes there, and he's going to be helping us get some perspective on that. But a different individual, not Chris, a different individual called Young Bob approached Hashim, asked him some questions about his involvement, and Hashim ran away crying like a baby, saying that he was being harassed, and went to the police for help because people were asking him questions. So we're going to be talking about that situation today. This is the first time that Chris is going to be on this channel, so we'll start with an introduction to him. Welcome, Chris.
Hello, Thaddeus. Thank you very much for having me on your channel. It is an absolute pleasure to be here. And for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Chris at Speaker's Corner. I am someone who's been giving evangelism through my ministry to Muslims for 3 years now. I think it's 3 years now at Speaker's Corner. I was kind of introduced to Speaker's Corner through people like Bob of Speaker's Corner, and Jay Smith, as well as Hatun Tash. I saw the content that they were making online. Anyone can find this, by the way. You can look at Soko Films, you can look at Revelation 2213 and other channels, and you can see all the different videos that people make, Christian evangelists, Christian apologists, who go to Speaker's Corner in Hyde Park, in London, in the UK, to give this kind of ministry to Muslims, because it is mostly populated and attended by Muslims. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of the ideal place to do it. And yeah, that's me in a brief nutshell.
Mm-hmm. And you've been going, I don't know how long you've been going to Speaker's Corner. I don't know if that's longer than since you had.
No, about 3 years. Yeah,
about the same then. How do you find that experience? Because, watching the videos that people post, it often seems very chaotic and crazy, a wild environment, I would say. Lots of noise. Doesn't seem like it would be that easy to have your voice heard, so to speak. So how do you find the experience?
It isn't really. So for me, it was a massive change from what I was used to. I had plenty of experience talking mostly with the secular world. So before I went to Speaker's Corner, about almost 10 years before that, I was mostly concerned with apologetics to atheists, to agnostics, to deal with secular arguments. And usually when you're kind of in that sphere, you tend to be dealing with people who pride themselves on their etiquette. They tend to be very much in the Western tradition. They want to have a chat with you. They want to show you why religion is, well, stupid and ignorant and all that kind of stuff. But they're willing to do it one-on-one, not as much rhetoric, more kind of just a dialogue. And, they might be insulting, but they're still going to be somewhat polite. But with Speaker's Corner, and particularly with Muslims, particularly Muslim men, it's a very different attitude. It's a very different kind of environment. First of all, it's in the public, right? So you're dealing with crowds. So that's a new thing. And then not only are you dealing with crowds, but you have hecklers in particular who are trying to interrupt you. You have people who are not sincere. You have people that have no intention that could even be construed like halfway as good towards a productive conversation. It's just to shut you down, to belittle you, to make a point from you or out of you. So it's very different. I had to learn how to project my voice. I had to learn how to use rhetoric because you're kind of forced to, because ultimately you can have the best intentions and you can have the best arguments, but the other side is not going to let you get those arguments out. They're going to realize what you're saying, realize where it's going. Let's take, for example, Aisha being 9, right? And Muhammad, he had a wife whom he married when she was 6. He then consummated that marriage when she was 9, according to their sources. That's obviously a very sore point for. Sorry, I'm just watching Mohammed Hijab on the screen. I forgot about these things. But,
yeah, the first time you're being on here, my streams can sometimes be wild and chaotic because the audience can trigger animations and stuff. Point
nice.
system to allow them to, buy the animations. I didn't trigger hijab, right? But that is the stripper animation. There's also a reverse stripper in which he puts his shirt back on.
I prefer that one. If you could do that one instead. But yeah, it's it was like a whole new experience for me. I had to learn how to engage crowds and dialogue and debate in a much different way. I think I'm now used to that, in all honesty. I think you have to, it's a very high, steep learning curve, but you're so in the thick of it. It's such a intense environment that you learn very quickly. So
yeah, very good. And from the name of your YouTube channel, we might think that was only speakers only content, but that's not the case. Speakers Corner content. You do have some videos related to Speakers Corner, but I think that the majority of your videos actually are not. You've been discussing the Islamic dilemma a lot. What is the Islamic dilemma, and why are you so infatuated with this argument?
I love the Islamic dilemma. It is my favorite thing. It is something I've been almost exclusively studying for about 3 or 4 months now. The Islamic dilemma can be summed up briefly as the Quran itself. I'm going to focus on the Quran. Has verses. Wait, he's putting his clothes back on here. He put it back on. That's good. So the Quran itself claims to confirm directly in at least 18 places the previous scriptures. What are the previous scriptures? They are the scriptures of the Christians and the Jews, and there's some debate over exactly what that is, but we can say confidently from the Quran's perspective it is at least the Gospels and the Torah. And it's most likely more than that, but we'll just say that for now. The issue is that the Quran also says in the very same book that it actually goes against many of the main themes, the main teachings of those previous scriptures that it claims to affirm. So on the one hand, Torah and Gospels are great. The Quran loves them. It confirms them. You have nothing to stand on unless you follow these things. Guidance and mercy and light are in these things. On the other hand, by the way, there are some really big things in these books that we massively don't affirm. And the Quran seems to be ignorant of the fact that these things it doesn't affirm are in these books. It seems to be unaware of this. And for that reason, I think the Quran is incoherent. It doesn't understand what it's doing. It affirms scriptures, particularly written scriptures, while simultaneously thinking the contents of those scriptures is different from what they actually are. So it contradicts that, therefore it's incoherent, therefore Muhammad is not a prophet, therefore Islam is false. And yeah, that's the Islamic dilemma in a nutshell. I've been studying this for a long time now. I'm hoping, along with David Wood and some others, Jai and DOC, to actually produce some output from this where we can maybe write, like, I don't know, a short book or pamphlet or something that that can be helpful to non-Muslims. And I say that intentionally because I think this is not just a Christian argument, although it is made by Christians, but it's also predominantly a non-Muslim argument. Anyone can make the Islamic dilemma argument. It's not exclusive to Christians. So we're hoping that from all the study that we're doing, we can actually have some output at the end, and hopefully it'll be useful for people who have dialogues with Muslims.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had a couple times where non-Christian, non-Muslims come into the chat and they're like, the Islamic dilemma only applies to Christians. It's not useful otherwise, and that's not the case, because it doesn't matter whether the scriptures or the Christian scriptures, I should say, are true, or the Jewish scriptures are true, because it fails either way. That's why it's a dilemma. You can't just get around it by saying, no, they're not true, because if they're not true, then the Quran's false for affirming them, right? Yep. So the Quran fails either way, and anyone can use the argument.
There's a goat on the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's the Islamic dilemma. That's where we are with it.
Yep, that was Aisha's goat there, editing the Quran. The only scripture, as Zakir Naik might say, the only scripture anywhere in the world to ever be edited by a goat. This is the uniqueness of Islam. And I think that would have to be true. I mean, I don't know 100% know, but I think that would probably be true. So then a lot of your other content, at least recently, is kind of focused on the behavior of people in the Dawa community, like highlighting scams and stuff.
Oh, yes.
You want to tell us about some of the scams that the Muslim Dawa boys have been pulling?
I'll talk about two. So the biggest one I would say is Hamza's den. Hamza had a GoFundMe page where he did something that I think is a first. I don't think another Da'i has done this before. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's been others. But he made a GoFundMe page and he openly advertised it on his YouTube channel. And he said, guys, my fellow Muslim brothers and sisters, I need you to give me money, not for a good cause in that it's charity, not to build a mosque, not to build the bathrooms in a mosque. No. I just want the money because I'm in debt. Please just give me the money for that reason. And that was it. And I thought that's hugely telling. I thought that's basically kind of in and of itself being very disingenuous, right? I would never live my life in a way that I get into a substantial, I mean 6 figures debt, and then turn around to you, Thaddeus, and say, hey, Thaddeus, Chris at Speaker's Corner is in debt. Can you please give me 50 grand? I think that would be like the first question you'd ask, Thaddeus, is, Chris, what are you doing? Why did you allow yourself to get in that debt? Is it debt related to your ministry? And I'd be like, kind of. And then you'd be like, is it personal debt? And I'd be like, yeah. And then they'd be like, is it business debt? It's a little bit of the 3. And then, it'd be like, that's not good enough. And amazingly.
Yeah, so let me just cut you off real quick. On one hand, at least he was honest and didn't pretend it was for charity and then pocket it. But then he got really scummy after he'd done this, right? He said, like, I forget the exact amount, but he said, like, I am $100,000 in debt. I want to raise 50,000 and pay off the other 50,000 myself. But then he raised that money, and then what did he do?
The initial amount I think was 20,000. Then he raised it to 25 or to 30, and then he raised it again to 50. And he actually achieved that, and then I think he kept it up for a bit after that. I'm not sure if it then continued after this point. I think it ended there, but if you know otherwise, let me know. But so
he moved the goalpost, right? He's like,
he moved the goalpost multiple times
ish and pay half my debt, and then that was raised, and he's like, oh, never mind, I want a little more, and then that was raised, no, a little more, oh, I'll just go for it all. And then meanwhile, he's like taking lavish trips to the United Arab Emirates or something like that.
Oh,
while
he's going all over the
in
world.
massive debt.
A lot of these videos have so what happened is he has these live streams, and he's not very good at keeping his mouth shut. He often answers things he shouldn't probably answer, because they kind of dob him in to the fact that he's been doing all these very sketchy activities. So there are channels, and you know what's interesting, Thaddeus? They're run by Muslims. Muslims make these channels, and I actually follow some of them. They don't like me. They're no big friends of me, but I love the work they do, and I subscribe and I like their videos because they clip his live streams and they show you all the bits where he admits to some crazy stuff. So there's videos where Hamza is asked how much he pays for a flight, and it's in the thousands, and then they ask him, is it business class? And he says, yeah, it has to be. Like, I can't, he says he can't do standard class. He has to always pay more for the business class, and it costs thousands. I swear there was one that it was like, he was asked what the most he's ever paid for a flight was. And I think he answered honestly, because it was such an insane number. I can't remember off the top of my head the exact amount, but I think it was around $6,000 or something for a single flight, business class. And I couldn't believe that. And I was like, but you're in debt. Why are you spending $6,000 to have, I don't know what you get on. I've never been on a business flight thing, so I have no idea what you get. I don't know if you get champagne or if you just get like, I think it's just like more legroom, right? And maybe you get food and drink. I don't know. But to pay that much money for it is a lot, especially when you're in a mountain of debt. Mm-hmm. So yeah, he's I said I can go on for this for hours, so do interrupt me when you think I've made the point. But he has, or had, I'm guessing has, a £11,000, that's British pounds, electric bill. And okay. Now I don't know if this is personal or business. I don't know if he ever clarified. It might be a bit of both, because he said that all the money is merged. So the business money is not distinct from his personal money. So he can't figure out whether or not the debt is business or personal, which is convenient. But anyway, he has this £11,000 electricity bill. And I think when he got to the 30,000 mark, or maybe it was the 50,000 mark in terms of the money he raised, he made this live stream and he said, so I've got this £11,000 electricity bill. I'm not going to pay it off. What I'm going to do with the money you guys have given me is set up a payment plan to the debtors to pay the minimum amount so that I can keep the rest of the money for other things. And I'm not going to lie, if I was one of the Muslims and given him money, I would expect that you would use it to clean off the electricity bill. Like, that would seem to me to be like, well, duh, it's an £11,000 electricity bill. You need to pay it, not pay the minimum payments for it so it's still there. Because that to me kind of sounds like, well, what are you using the money for then if it's not for debts like that, right?
Well, I guess sketchy. He wants to invest it in his money-losing business that kind of in debt.
Yes. And this is something I mentioned in my videos. I even said this thinking, if he's watching this, I want him to know, Hamza, you should close your business down. It doesn't make money. And he said this in a live stream. He said his business, he runs a hijab shop, just for those of you who don't know. In the UK, he has a hijab shop. He's very public about this. He actually does his live streams from the hijab shop. Interesting anyway. But this business has been failing and losing money for about 10 years, according to him. And I'm just thinking, 10 years? I mean, maybe like a year or two with the hopes that your business would improve over time, but over 10 years, at some point, you've got to just bite the bullet and say, actually, I think this might be a failing business. Maybe I should do something else. But apparently, no, he's still trying to resurrect the hijab shop. But yeah, it's silly to me.
So we got an accusation here from Goodbye Park. I've been trying to kick this Chris guy out of my loft for a while now. I assume this is someone you know.
You know what? I don't, but I've actually seen this comment before. So I'm assuming it's the same person that made this comment. Either That's that funny. Or you have a very similar humor to someone else. But I think it's probably the same person.
All right. Well, he's going to plead the fifth, even though he's not American on that one. So you said that there was two scams you wanted to talk about. What's the other?
Of course. Yeah. The other one is Bobby's Perspective. Bobby's Perspective is, well, it was a vegan channel initially, I think. Then over the years, it went into, I don't know, maybe kind of for a bit orthodoxy, as in Eastern Orthodox, because apparently he was an Eastern Orthodox Christian. I'm not exactly sure the truth of that, but eventually he discovered that if he made a video where he talked about Islam, he'd get 10 times the amount of views as he would otherwise. Turns out a lot more Muslims want to watch Muslim content than vegan content. So he just switched to being a Muslim and making Muslim content. And then he had the nerve to still claim he was an Orthodox Christian after he had publicly taken his Shahada. So he had taken the Shahada, done it live or on a video that he himself broadcast on his own channel. Then for like the next year at least, he was still saying, Orthodox Christian reads Quran, Orthodox Christian, just for these clickbait titles. And I thought that's so disingenuous. But anyway, to the actual scam.
Well, hold on. Let me just comment on that.
Sure.
Just to clarify, his channel was anti-vegan, so opposite, but it was like eat meat and and be strong man or something along those lines.
wasn't it vegan then anti-vegan?
Maybe that's a possibility.
I think it was vegan and then you became anti-vegan. I could be wrong, but
yeah,
maybe someone in the
that's
comments
definitely
can
a
let me know.
possibility. And so he posted that initial video in which he's like, I'm going to spend a year investigating the truth of Islam, right? And who knows what's going to happen? Of course, he converts exactly a year later. But in that video, he's like, I grew up a Orthodox Christian, and I didn't know anything about the religion until I started to deeply investigate it as an adult. And then I learned they're hiding all kinds of things, like that God is triune. I had no idea, right? I had no idea that the scholars are just hiding this from Christians. So in other words, maybe his family was culturally Christian. I can't say for sure he wasn't, but he obviously had no actual exposure to what Christianity teaches, because he was just making up utter nonsense about his supposed investigation into Christianity.
It was
all right. So what is the scam then?
Right. So the scam was So it's actually from a Muslim channel that alerted me to this. There are Muslims that call this behavior out, and I do applaud that, because I think it is good. A bit like Salman, right? He's a Muslim that calls out poor behavior in his own community. I think that's a noble thing to do. So this other Muslim, not Salman, someone else, called Brother Haji, he does this kind of thing as well. He calls out this behavior. He made a video on Bobby's perspective where he pointed out, in his latest video, Bobby's latest video, it was very short. It was like a minute long or somewhere around there. And he was asking for support and money, but he wouldn't tell you why. And
very honest.
That's weird, right? Like, I mean, Hamza's Den, at least he's honest and he's transparent, like, hey, it's because I'm in debt. But this guy was like, no, I want money, I want your support, but this is a super secret thing. I cannot tell you. But if you'd like to know, give me more money up front, then I'll tell you what it is, so that you can then give me more money. And I was like, what? And then he posted this link, and it goes to his Buy Me a Coffee page, which is like a donation site. And he had this thing that you could buy. It was like from Buy Me a Coffee's perspective, it's an item you can buy from a store. And you have to pay, I think it's like 20 or 30 euros to get this thing. And the picture is like some ChatGPT generic hooded figure, so it looks all mysterious, right? And that's all you get. You get a little description that says, I think it's called The Truth. He called it The Truth. You have to buy The Truth. And it was 30 euros, and you could give more, but at minimum you had to give 30 euros. So I saw this and I thought, this is massively disingenuous. He's basically getting people to pay to know why he needs money. And I think that's absolutely terrible behavior. So I thought, I'll make a video where I give him the 30 euros and I just show everyone what's behind it. Because then at least that way, people can have, they can see it for themselves. They can make their own mind up as to whether or not they want to support him, or they choose not to. And I thought that was a good deed. I thought, hey, this is my good deed of the day, right? So I made a video and I bought it, and it was all live, right? So I was recording it, but I was doing it as I was making the recording. And anyway, I paid the money, and then it goes to this page and it says, oh, thank you so much. Here it is. And it's literally a link to a WhatsApp group. And I was like, okay. So I click on the link to the WhatsApp group. And then before I could join it, there was the name of it. And then there was another link to GoFundMe. So I clicked on that. which then is just a normal, totally public and easily accessible page that anyone can access at any point. You could even Google it. You could actually go on GoFundMe, type in his name, and it would come up with this public page that you had to pay 30 euros for to get access to, apparently. And yeah, it was actually this page where he talked about how two things had happened in his life. The first was that his business associate, who was also a Muslim, conned him out of tens of thousands of pounds. Apparently, Bobby was giving him money, and then he was like, "Hey, Bobby, I'm going to invest this in halal investments. I'm totally going to do this, Bobby. Don't bother checking." Anyway, and then apparently he saw no issue with this. Then the guy ran off with the money. And also his wife, who is not a Muslimah, she is a Christian, to my knowledge, left him with the kids. Let me rephrase that. Left him by leaving him and taking the kids with her. And she didn't move down the road to her parents. She didn't move into another town, another city. She didn't move into another country. She moved into another continent. So I think this woman had, I mean, this is my opinion. I think she obviously had very big reasons for doing that. Because to go to the other side of the world away from your husband and to take your kids with you in the middle of the night, by the way, I think he was at work or something, but when he's not around, you go, right, pack up, get your suitcases ready, kids. We're going on the other side of the world to get away from dad. I think that's profound. And I think that needs an explanation as to why he did that. Why she did that, sorry, because I don't think wives do that, mothers do that totally for no reason, just to be honest with you. But yeah, this is it. And then when you go to the GoFundMe page, you can choose to give him more money.
Yeah, you can donate more because the 30 is not going to count towards the goal, right? That just goes straight somewhere else.
So this 30 euros you've paid to have privilege to know this information to then choose to pay more. And what's interesting? On the WhatsApp group, it actually tells you how many members are in it. And if I remember correctly, there's around 770 members when I looked at it. Now, I don't think all of those paid 30 euros. I don't know how many, but a good amount of them probably did pay 30 euros. So that's a lot of money he's raised already. And I actually do the math on my video. So before he's even told Muslims what he needs the money for, he's already managed to get tens of thousands from them, which is quite, it's impressive in a sense, but it's also massively disingenuous. So this is kind of the thing I called him out for. Anyway, he made a video responding to me saying he's going to sue me.
Sue you for giving him money.
yeah, literally. I even said to him, hang on a second. I gave you money. Like, I'm one of your supporters and you're going to sue me because I revealed the, what do you call it? The secrets to the magic trick, right? Which turns out you just go to the GoFundMe page. But yeah, he was very upset with me. So
David here said 30 euros for the truth. And I think that's actually very appropriate that he called it the truth, because obviously to him, the truth is for sale, right? The reason he converted to Islam is because he figured out this was a good grift. Had he posted that initial video and it got no response, I imagine he would have never mentioned it again. But he got a lot of response to that initial video, all kinds of Muslims encouraging him, sending him donations before he's even converted. And he's like, okay, this is a good idea, goes forward with it. Now, I did find one thing shocking about his little fundraiser, and that's that he was married in the first place, because long while ago, like right around the time that he officially converted, someone gave me access to his long-running Telegram group that he had, and from like years past, showing where his mindset was. And it was like the most disgusting, vile thing I have seen. It was just like constant posts, misogynistic posts about how trash women are and how you can't trust any women. They're all prostitutes, and racist propaganda, stuff supporting Nazis. All this on his private or semi-private Telegram group that obviously isn't promoting on his YouTube channel, but someone told me about it. I went, they gave me the link. You just click the link and you join it. And It wasn't like a discussion. It was just him posting things without the people being able to reply, I think. Like they could like him or whatever. And it was just like years of this vile stuff. And it's like, okay, I see why you converted to Islam.
Wow. That doesn't shock me though. I can very much see that. Someone did show me posts that he had made. Actually, it may have even been you. I saw it from some video, but someone did. I think when they showed posts that he made in the past, and he just made. I don't like throwing this word around, but like misogynistic posts where it was things like "you should join Islam for this reason alone," and then he just quotes the hadith where. I think it was the one that it says that women's testimony is half that of man's or something like that. And I just thought, wow, okay. That's a hell of a statement. So yeah, I think his character is hugely suspect. I think like most Dawa guys, he's a businessman.
Mhm.
That's what he is. He's a businessman that has come from a very unregulated background, right? He's not the sort of person that cares about showing himself in the best manner. He just wants to do what he can to raise funds and then give them to a Muslim man so he can run away with them.
Mm-hmm. And on ethical pro-life tip here from David saying, I'm with David Wood on this. If I ever become an atheist, I'm going to take my Shahada and post it online saying that I was a Christian and then set up a GoFundMe. My family's disowning me for converting to Islam. I need your help, whatever, right? And it will 100% work. There's so many of these grifter things that have popped up. I guess Bobby was kind of like the first that did it, but so many of these guys have popped up. And they'll have a YouTube channel with 500 subscribers or something, talking about some random subject, post a video about Islam. It'll blow up overnight. They have 10, 20,000 subscribers within a couple weeks, just because they're considering converting to Islam or because they posted a video saying they did convert. And then they retain that audience, and Muslims just keep watching the content of the posting, like the most obviously grifty videos. I mean, Bobby's a great example here. He's watching things that no sane person would take seriously. And he's like, oh, this is so amazing. I think that this is proof that maybe Islam is the truth, but I don't know. I'm going to continue thinking about it. What do you guys think?
So I saw there's like lots of little channels that are now noticing this, right? There's kind of like a vlogging sphere where people like they want to cover popular videos, right, and give their opinion on it. A lot of the time they just do things they like, topics they like. A lot of it is to do with music or celebrities. And you can tell that these channels have been influenced because they'll randomly do the most weird, it's like, I saw this one where it was this woman who, she was doing like videos on Justin Bieber or something. And then the next day it was like, why the miracle of the non-mixing water in the Quran is, and I'm just like, what? And there was this one video I saw, and it was like, it was a man and a woman. I don't know if they're boyfriend, girlfriend, husband and wife. I don't know what they were, but they were very Western, had no background in Islam or no knowledge of it whatsoever. And it was Christmas time, and they had a Christmas tree up as well. And they watched this video, and it was the most insane video that they were watching, this Islamic thing. And a lot of it was in Arabic. They watched it, and afterwards, and they made no commentary during this whole thing. And then afterwards, they just looked at each other, looked at the camera, and said, so I don't really know what that was about, but it sounded interesting. And I thought, okay. And they had no commentary because I had no idea what they had watched. And I was lucky enough that I found a YouTube channel. I think I actually subscribed to them just so I could keep tabs on them. But it was this Indonesian woman who had a link to some kind of paywall donation site. And what she would do is she would vlog, and then she'd have this link, and she'd say, click on this link, and you can send me money with a link to a video you think I should watch. Mm-hmm. And what's interesting is it's public. So you can go on it and you can see all the previous comments with money and the links telling them telling her what to watch, flooded with Islam stuff, absolutely flooded. It's obvious that a group of Muslims had all gone there and repeatedly kept sending the same kind of stuff, paying like $10, $20 or whatever every time. And I was thinking, if I was this Indonesian woman, like you're basically getting flooded with money to watch these videos, and you don't get any money from your normal content. So I could understand from their perspective, it's very easy to be like, well, I guess I'll just watch these Muslim videos because they're paying me to do it. But yeah, I thought that was very revealing.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I had no idea that existed, but I'm not surprised either, right?
What I think actually happens, what I'm convinced has happened is there are groups, maybe like massive WhatsApp groups or something, a bit like the Epstein file Dawa group chat that we'll talk about today. But there are things like that with lots of people in it, and I think they just post links to channels where they go, this person is a vlogging channel, they seem open to the idea of Islam, flood them with messages, with comments, watch their videos. They've just did something, they just made a video about the Quran, flood it. And I think if you had enough people doing that in a very targeted, methodical way, you probably could influence the algorithm in the way that we see. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that's what they do.
Well, in a way, very smart. And it's not like they can it's not like they can argue for the truth of Islam, honestly, and convince anyone of that. So find other means, propaganda methods. Welcome to all those coming from Jai Apologetics and Daughter of Christ. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Today we're going to be looking, we're getting introduction to Chris and what he does on his channel. Link to his channel is in the video description. I have one more question for him, but then after that, we're going to be looking at the latest developments in the hotel hijab saga, looking at what happened to Hashim when someone tried to hold him accountable for his actions. So my last question for you, Chris, that I like to ask all my guests the first time they are on, is why are you a Christian?
That's a very good question. That's a very complicated question, actually. C.S. Lewis, I think, once said that when he became a Christian, he came kicking and screaming. And I kind of somewhat relate to that as well in my own life, in my own testimony. But for me, Christ is the firm foundation to which I stand on. There isn't anything beneath that. Like whenever I fall in my own life, he's there to ground me. And having that truth and the Spirit work through me is affecting my life and infecting my family's life, and has brought about the best in me. And ultimately, I believe it's the truth. And that's why I follow Christ. It's because he is the way, the truth, and the life. And that's it for me, I think.
Excellent answer there. I like to ask that question in that exact way because it's open-ended, right? You can either like give your personal testimony of how you came in, or you can do what I would do. And what you kind of did there is like say, I'm Christian because it's true and I have good reason to believe it's true.
Yeah, very analytically minded. It's like, yeah, it's true. So
Sarah Licious here saying, Thais taught me that it's bad for the creator if you open the video for a few seconds and then close it. So that's what I've been doing lately. Presumably with Muslim videos, it wasn't specified there. But that's true, right? Because the way the algorithm works is if people, it'll test it, right? I'll send it to people. And if people are engaging with it, which mostly means watching it, but could also mean liking and commenting. By the way, like the video if you haven't yet. It does help some.
Like and subscribe.
But the primary way that it judges it is based on how much of the video people watch. So if you repeatedly click on something and then you only watch 5 seconds or something, the algorithm interprets that as it's clickbait. It's not what it was, what they said it was. It's a bad video, and then they stop showing it to other people. So I'm not saying do that or don't do that. I'm just saying that's the way it works.
So another thing this is probably more for content creators, but when I watch, Bobby's perspective videos or Hamza's Den or any of these kind of stuff, I avoid trying to watch the video because by doing so, I'm contributing to the algorithm. So I usually download the video to my own thing, just so I don't have to actually watch it, and then that way I don't contribute to the algorithm.
Yep, I do that as well. If I'm gonna be streaming on a topic or whatever, I'll download the video first, watch it from that, and then take the segments that I want or whatever. Blast Prophet says I should write a song called Hotel Hijab. By all means, go and do that. All right, so let me share my screen here. We're going to be talking about Hashim and his encounter at Speaker's Corner. But first, let's get the context of what's going on here. This is from the Behind Veils website. This is the text messages, many of which were shared in the video, but not all of them were. This is from the Hyde Park Dawa, HPD Dawa WhatsApp
Family.
group. The family, right? It's the HP Dawa family group of 75 members. Lots of stuff in here, but I'm just going to concentrate on Hashim here. Dawahwise is the name of his channel. They do live call-in shows, and he goes to Speaker's Corner. I think he has a partner on the channel, and they both do the live streams. I'm not sure if the other guy does Speaker's Corner or not.
Mansoor is his partner usually, and yeah, he's at Speaker's Corner as well. It's the two of them.
All right, so we're now in the group chat here. You see that Mohammed Hijab saying that he's going to put up a video. This ends up being the video put up on false accusations, which he later claims is not his channel, but telling the Dawa guys that he is putting it up. And then he's talking about how great the video is going to be. And someone, not Hashim, says, it's probably not a good idea for us all to flood the comments. It'll be obvious where it came from, that this wasn't some brand new channel like you're trying to make it out to be. So they're not telling him, don't do this. If you want to make a response, do it in your own voice. They're teaching him how to conspire a little bit better. And then we got Dean responds here. And everyone in the group says, don't put it on the main channel. So like, I think they'd already posted it on the secondary channel. And then he was like thinking that he could just post it on the main channel and be like, I found this video. It's an excellent response. I have no idea who made it. But they're all like, you're a moron if you think you can get away with that. And now we got Hashim here. He says, stick to your original plan of a different channel. I think Aisha has some mental issues, ADHD. She came on our live stream last year to clear her doubts about the Quran and Hadith too. So he seems to be the architect of one of two strains of thought that are put out there. One is to attack her as her mental health. Now, you might think that's what I'm saying, but actually he's advocating for the second one, and that's to say that she's not a real Muslim because she's doubting the Quran. Your thoughts?
Yeah, Hashim, I guess, is the more mature person in this group, maybe. Oh, maybe. Well, the most mature anyway. Yeah, attacking her mental health is not a good look for them. So yeah, they have to.
And he's going to actually, to his credit, he's actually going to later say in the conversation it would be a bad idea to attack her mental health. So I think he was actually just saying this information like so people are aware. He wasn't suggesting that they attack her on that line.
Yeah.
So then he shares the private email that Aisha sent him in the past. I'm contacting you again about my question. I've gone through the answers given and made some more research. So she was on one of the live call-in shows on Dawahwise asking questions about the Quran. Ajaz was on there. He's supposedly the expert. The topic of the show was the history of the Quran or something along those lines. So she's calling in to a show asking Muslims to call in and answer these kind of questions. And then they give her some advice on how to research this, how to resolve your doubts. She does that, and then she's like, well, I still got some more questions. So I don't know. It seems perfectly reasonable to me. And then she even walks through this and says, Brother Mansour used a useful method that helps establish certainty step by step. I do apologize for not following up with that process. I have a mental disability, and when I'm under tension, it becomes hard for me to clearly express my ideas, to focus on all information given. I would appreciate if I'm able to further meet with Brother Mansour to discuss further. I'd like to share some of the resources checked my issues are, and then Behind Veils chooses to blur out her issues with the Quran or questions about the Quran. But this seems pretty normal, right? Yeah, definitely.
I'd love to see what she was saying. That'd be really interesting. But I mean, so my take on this would honestly be that she's aware this is kind of a delicate thing to be prodding into. Mm-hmm. And so that's probably why she wanted to be a little bit self-abasing when she mentions this. And she's like, look, I have this mental disability. It's a little bit harder for me to sometimes, get in the right mind space to take this in. As because it could be perceived as her being like, yeah, you guys gave me a terrible response. Please do better, which is obviously not what she wants to say. And to be honest with you, I mean, like ADHD, like really, like I know plenty of normal functioning people with ADHD. It seems a very weird thing to try to get someone to try and discredit someone because of. I think that's terrible.
Yeah, I would agree with you that I like the way that you put it, that she's like intentionally demeaning, for like a better term, herself, so that they don't feel bad about her not understanding their brilliant argument or whatever, when in fact they probably just made a terrible argument. Their argument probably just actually didn't work. And what she says here, I mean, there's nothing weird about this, right? I have trouble focusing under stress, or she says tension, but same idea. That just is a human condition, right? I mean, everyone has more
Everyone has
difficulty
that from time to
focusing when
time.
under high stress. And I imagine calling, as a believing Muslim, calling into a show and expressing that you have questions about the Quran, when that's a very taboo thing to do, is very stressful. So nothing strange about this at all. And as you said, ADHD is very common. Lots of people have this. It doesn't cause you to hallucinate or imagine a different reality, or forget things, or anything that would be relevant
Imagine
to
you were married for a
credibility.
period of time.
Right. Nothing that would affect her credibility as a witness. So we continue on here. So someone else asks about whether the marriage took place or not, because Hijab said that they were never married. But fortunately, Hashim jumps in and says, oh, that's what the allegation is. And so then Dean says we should attack her mental stability. And Hashim, as I previewed earlier, says mental illness will work in her favor, as will show Mohammed Hijab took advantage of her vulnerability.
So I just want to point in real quick, just to make it clear, he's not saying this because he genuinely cares about her. He's saying it because he knows it would backfire if they targeted her based on the grounds that she has some mental illness or some mental disability, because then people will simply say, well, then Mohammed Hijab took advantage of her. She wasn't compos mentis. She wasn't in the right state of mind. He took advantage of that vulnerability. So he's even worse than we previously thought, right? So, yeah.
And that would be the reasonable conclusion. Dean is advocating for this, and Dean has done a response video in which he basically doubled down and said that Salman's being dishonest because he didn't show the so-called evidence that she's mentally ill. But I think what he's really doing is he's like, I was right, they were wrong. They should have gone with my theory that she was mentally ill. Questioning her Muslim status.
So me and the guys behind the scene, we were kind of laughing at this because we thought what they would do is they deny the validity of this. This isn't real. They're doctored. We never had this conversation. We never said this. But then Dean comes out, I think the next day, and he's like, step one, first of all, I'm going to live stream the entire WhatsApp group, and I'm not going to blur out any numbers. So Dean actually doxed a lot of people in this list. I wasn't watching, fortunately for him, but he actually says in his next video, after he deletes the live stream where he doxed everyone, he says, oh yeah, I had to delete the previous video. I accidentally showed everyone's numbers. I'm just thinking, gosh, I'm so glad he's on their side.
For real.
But anyway, I'd still wish for him to repent and come to Christ, obviously. But anyway, he made that mistake, and then he says, but yeah, this is legit, she is mentally ill. Here's the proof. And I just thought, all right then, guess these are all legit screenshots. This is a legit WhatsApp group, and its credibility is beyond question. So thank you very much, Dean responds.
Yeah, I mean, not that it would have been all that credible, but still their best strategy would just to claim that Salman made everything up, that the WhatsApp group doesn't exist or whatever. But no, he's like, Salman's being unfair because he didn't show all the messages in the chat. And here's the proof. I will show you all the messages in the chat.
And their numbers, because why not?
Indeed. Sadly, I watched that whole 45-minute thing during a live stream. I'd say there's maybe like 4 minutes maximum of actual content. It's like, just from a production value alone, it's like the worst thing I've ever watched on YouTube. He just sits there in silence because he stopped the live stream because he realized he was doxing everyone, but then he immediately restarts it without editing anything. So then midway through, he realizes he needs to take screenshots and remove the numbers. So
And he's like, wait a second.
silence.
You just sit there in silence waiting for him to do this. How do you think I feel? I have to respond to his videos, right? Because he talks about the Islamic dilemma. He's the best they have, strangely enough. And in his response videos, he'll often just include all of my video. So the response is just him staring at my video with a blank expression, not saying anything for like 4 or 5 minutes. And I have to sit there just like watching him. I'm like, is he going to say anything? Nope, not saying anything. Okay.
I guess he doesn't know how to respond. I mean, I watch through Muslim videos sometimes on this channel, but I feel like you need to pause it every like 10 or 15 seconds to call them out on the lies or correct them or maybe occasionally agree with them or whatever, right? I have something to say about everything they're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we did like so I do some wit in my videos, so I poke fun at the fact that he doesn't he doesn't edit his own videos. He's a bit too lazy for that. He doesn't have a job, so I'll make a like 4 or 5 minute thing maybe where I poke fun at this, and he'll watch the whole thing and make no commentary. So he's just watching me make this joke on his expense, and he just nothing, just a blank expression, and I'm like, what am I watching here? Like. It's weird watching yourself in the eyes of someone else who has no response at all. But hey, it's not like his channel's called Dean Responds or anything. But
Yeah, I know. I mean, heaven forbid he respond to something. All right, let's continue on. So Hashim again here. Best case would be to expose her as someone doubting the Quran, the very book she uses to demand a mubahala, which is odd because I believe mubahala is found primarily in the Hadith. It might be mentioned in the Quran, but it
does come from the Quran. But yeah, it's one of those things where the verses themselves don't have any context whatsoever.
Right,
so
you have to go to the Hadith to understand what it is.
Yeah.
And the story is that Muhammad Hijab, or not Hijab, Muhammad, the so-called prophet, did challenge the Christians of Nazareth to a mubahala, and they're like, our scripture says not to take oaths, so we're not going to do that. But Muhammad goes and does it, and then he dies within a year of doing it, which was supposedly the proof that you've been cursed by Allah. And yet somehow this gets into the Islamic text is the proof that Muhammad was real.
I looked into mubahalas a little bit. Apparently, when you do them, it's normal to bring family, including small children, to like the event. So it'll be like 2 men. Every time I imagine this, I imagine like a little duel. They're facing opposed to each other, calling down Allah's curse on each other. And there could be like these kids just playing around in the background. I just find that so weird. It's like, but this is apparently normal because it shows your sincerity. Like, you're so sincere, you brought your family with you for a nice family day out. But yeah.
Well, and I guess it's optional, but sometimes you'll even bring curses on the rest of your family. That's how confident you are.
Yes,
you're telling the truth. But speaking of mubahala, you have a project around that, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I made a mubahala mayhem video game where you can make your own mubahala. It's kind of like a Cards Against Humanity style game. You get different options and you select, first of all, say this, then say this, then say this. And you craft your mubahala curse. And so does your opponent. And then Allah judges and Allah knows best. And then he strikes down whoever's mubahala was insufficient. It's a cool little game for anyone who wants to check it out. You can go to mubahalammayhem.com. And if I ask Thaddeus really, really nice, I'm hoping maybe he'll put it in the chat or something.
I already put it in the chat, but I'll add it to the video description as well. I didn't think to do that in advance.
No worries. But yeah, David Wood and AP are hopefully gonna get around to playing it when they're a bit more free, so that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, you guys can check it out and have some fun.
Yep, absolutely. Check that out and engage in your own wizard battle, as Mary called it in the chat there. Just wild stuff. I mean, if you think about it, this idea that we're going to have this epic curse battle to prove that we're saying the truth. Totally foreign to the Christian perspective, certainly.
Absolutely.
But in fairness, Muhammad didn't invent this. It comes from the existing pagan culture in which he grew up. So there you go. Then we got Dean arguing more for mental illness. Ali Dawa jumps in here. And now we got Hashim again here. Hijab saying, should we put the first response on my main channel? So asking a second time. The first time it was 0 to 12 or 0 to 11. Now it's 2 to 13 about whether he should put it. Because the first time he asked, should I do it now or wait till later? Now he's asking, should I put the response on the main channel? And everyone is saying no. And Hashim says, to put the rumor mills to rest, you'll eventually have to make a video with you speaking, not AI. The sooner, the better. So Hashim says, speak in your own voice. Stop playing games. Someone earlier on when he posted it, he said, the fact that you did it with an AI voice makes it look really shady. But hey.
Yeah.
The other Dawa boys, they're helping him with the conspiracy. They're showing him how his ego is preventing from thinking clearly. They're very good friends. They're very good friends, willing to help him cover up all his crimes. Yeah, family. They're family. Except for one of them that gave Salman access to the Then we got some back and forth between Hijab and Ali Dawa. Now Hijab and Dean are discussing. Here we go. Hashim again. So they're talking about someone puts in this video. Oh, it's of the Dawahwise stream, saying that she was on the program, and then they're like, how can we link this to her, right? How can we prove it's her? And Hashim says, yes, that's the smoking gun because the voice is identical. Well, I mean, that helps, certainly. But two people could sound similar. I mean, we do know it's her. She doesn't deny it. So they are correct that it's the same person. But so
I just don't see why it's, I just don't see why it's, well, okay, so what? It doesn't help, but.
Right. So they say that's definitely her. That's the same woman who's in the other thing, which is funny because in Hijab's second video on the false accusations channel, he'll post a AI generated confession from Aisha that actually doesn't really sound like her. Only sounds vaguely like her. And everyone's like, oh yeah, that sounds good. So they're obviously not all that good at detecting voices. And then we got so someone who has not been identified says that she's straight up mental, and then Hashim says she did admit to having mental issues online, also in the email to us, which he already shared earlier. You know, not everyone's paying attention to the chat. Things are getting repeated because not everyone's really paying attention. I'm sure that many of these 75 probably got added long ago and they don't even look at it. But there's, there's probably at least 20, 30 people who are active, and none of them are speaking up against Hijab. Many are actively conspiring to help him. No one's saying otherwise. I guess at least one person did have some sort of conscience because they gave Salman access, but no one's willing to stand up to him anyway. And then I think that might be the last message. Nope, a couple more here. Oh, so now a second time someone asks whether they were actually married. So someone says there's no marriage, right? Because again, that's the claim that not Mohammed Hijab AI narrator made. And now Hashim, the first time he said that's the allegations, but this time he says misyar marriage. And then he says it became messy yar, and everyone has a good laugh about that. You know, you take this supposedly sacred institution of Islam, the prophet ordained misyar marriage, and then you just make a joke out of it because to them it's just a contract that allows them to have sex with a woman. They can use and abuse her and toss her aside however they want. It became messy because she stood up for herself. And some people point out that yar here is an Urdu word for friend, but especially in the context of lover. And thus he might be saying that she became a messy lover to Mohammed Hijab. And they all think this is hilarious. What do you think?
Man, yeah, it's sad. It's really, really sad. When I see this, I kind of think there's got to be more that was said. But then again, I don't know. So I'm hoping that Salman releases these things in sections because that's smart, because it allows the Dawa guys to feel the pressure to then give a response, and then for him to reveal more, correcting their actual what they said previously, right? So I'm hoping he has more, because I think if you got 75 members in a WhatsApp group and this is the Hyde Park Dawa group, this is going to be full of things, absolutely full of things. I think this is a daily used group for basically everything. So man, if you're watching, give us the whole transcript.
Oh, I definitely think he's going to have more. At the end of the video, like, he basically says, I have everything. And it occurred to me that it doesn't matter when he gained access. If he gained access, he could go back to the very beginning of the group, even if that's 5 years ago, and look at every message that hadn't been deleted up until that point. And, you know, most of it's not directly relevant, but it might reveal all kinds of other shady stuff. And he basically says at the end of it, I have all the goods. You got two choices. You can come public and you can speak for yourself, or I can reveal what you've been doing. Your choice.
Yep. Yeah.
And surprisingly, no one's actually come forward yet. You know, Dean posted a video, but he was already identified, right? Hashim, Dean, and of course, Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dawa are the 4 people identified. The other 71, or I guess at least 70, since one of them's probably Salman, are anonymous at this point.
So, okay, I can tell. I have like 90% certainty of quite a few people that I'm pretty sure are there, right? In fact, you know what? I don't know if you've seen the latest video. I think it's on Revelation 2213. It might be on Soko Films or Soko Studio as well. But because yesterday was Sunday and Speaker's Corner is every Sunday, Hashim was there because he goes basically every week, and so was Young Bob. So there's actually more that's happened, and not to jump ahead, but just one little small thing that's related to this. There is a Dai called Suraj, who's a lovely little fellow. He was trying to have a dialogue with Young Bob, and Young Bob asked him about this WhatsApp group, to which Suraj made it quite clear he had no idea about this group whatsoever. And I'm like, no, that's not true, Suraj. That's obviously a lie. There's no way on earth you, someone who goes there basically every week, who's one of your main dais, has never been on this group. I don't believe that for a second. So yeah,
it's probably not that hard to. Now, I imagine some people are probably like behind the scenes helpers and video editors and whatnot, but it's probably not that hard to figure out that the people who are always going to Speaker's Corner are probably in this group.
Yeah, I think so. I think, I mean, why would that not be the case? So we know, when we've known they've had a group like this for a long time, because of how they behave. They've started doing blacklisting. So they blacklist, and they even talk about this publicly now. They never used to, but they do now. They blacklist people at Speaker's Corner that they've identified as problematic. So I'm on that list, David's on that list, Young Bob's on that list, Bob's on that list, Paperboy's on that list. You can keep going through along. JC's on that list. There are tons of Christians who they will not engage with because they can't win debates, and they can't. You know, we know too much, right? So, and it happens. You know, right next to my mic, it happens like that. One day, Hashim was trying to talk to me, to have a debate with me. The next week, he refused to have anything to do with me. So, same with his friend Mansour. Same with all the other days at the park. In one day, everything had changed. And at that point, I looked at that and I thought, you guys are organizing things, because, you know, how do you get every single person on board at the same time? You're coordinating. It's the only answer there. So
Goodbye Park checked out the Mubahala Mayhem game and says, given the effort you put into this, you can keep the loft.
Oh,
so
nice.
Resolve that conflict.
He's extended the lease, so I can stay there a little longer.
Professor Yafel, who is British herself, says, Shiraj, lovely British humor.
British humor, that. Yeah, that's very much so. Good to see you. Good to see you, Prof. Yafel.
All right. No one denies this, right? Hashim says it. Mohammed Hijab doesn't technically say it himself, but no one denies it. Mohammed Hijab is very active in this group. Ali Dawa is very active in this group. Don't deny it. As Salman says in the video, silence is consent. among the Dawa guys. They all know this is the truth at this point.
Just
At least anyone who read that.
just the thing, like how well produced is this stuff? Like I'm always surprised at Salman and his team how well produced these leaks are. Like, you know, he took time to present it in just a really nice, convenient format. He released all the stuff in a nice way that everyone can download. I always thought that's really good of him.
So as the as the story's breaking, one thing that happens is a channel or a X account called True Salafi One, which had been dormant for years, suddenly pops up and is talking about how Aisha has faked screenshots, and somehow all these guys in this group become aware of it. They're discussing it here. Again, I'm just focusing on what Hashim says, and he points out that the original screenshot was supposedly on WhatsApp, and basically they're discussing whether or not this actually proves it's a fake. The irony is it is a fake. The person behind True Salafi One, whoever that may be, I don't know if it's Hijab or someone else, they faked it, and they didn't do a good enough job the first time. People are basically saying, no, that doesn't prove it's a fake, because they thought they would just use a recent picture of Hijab and put that as, you know, his profile picture in it. But people are pointing out that profile pictures update, right? You go in and take a screenshot today, it'll show you the person's current profile picture. It's not going to show you the profile picture. If you scroll down to their 2023 message, it won't show you their old profile picture.
Right.
So that's how they tried to fake it the first time. So then they ended up having to put out a second fake, which is ends up in Ali Dawah's video. But Hashim was pointing out that it wasn't a good enough fake the first time. Then they're conspiring to get in touch with Dunya Shwaib, Salman's ex-wife, to get dirt from her. That doesn't work out. They never get anything from her. And here we got Hashim again. So they're discussing. So this is Ali Dawah's first response video, and Hijab is encouraging people to go and click on that. And Hashim jumps in, says it makes sense to maximize views on social media. Otherwise, why have an account? However, blatant lies like this are clearly wrong, particularly for a Dawa channel. I'm not quite sure what that's in the context to. It might. Oh, I think they're discussing the title of the video. It looks like they're discussing the title of the video.
Because if you look at the top bit, there's someone that says, hey, I think this title needs more thought. I'm not a social media guy, but I think too much is done for the sake of views. I think what he's actually getting at there is, because if you scroll up to the title, the page before, if you read it, the way he's framed this, you know, I met Mohammed Hijab's secret wife breaking my silence. That implies his guilt. Like, I mean, obviously he's hinting at that because he wants more people to click on it because it sounds like a scandal, and then he clarifies in the video. But obviously, if you just looked at the title, which a lot of people would, they might get the impression, oh yeah, he actually did. You know what I mean? And I think that's what they're taking issue with.
And by the way, this is Mohammed Hijab posting the video that's on Ali Dawah's channel. And in that video, Ali Dawah swears multiple times, oaths to Allah, that Mohammed Hijab had nothing to do with the video. Yet Ali Dawah is not saying, here's my video that Mohammed Hijab didn't tell me to make. Mohammed Hijab is like, Ali Dawah just dropped this video, guys. And actually, I'm pretty sure it was released at 11 a.m., if I remember right, British time. I could be wrong about that, but I think it was 11 a.m. So it actually is commenting before it's even public. And yeah, he's saying go comment on this. And then they're saying that, we should rethink the title. And then someone says clicks his dollars. Someone else says sensationalize it, right? So one person expresses concern, which isn't on the screen, but someone.
Oh, hello. That's okay. There's a popular Da'i that has a blue background in his picture. I wonder if it's who I think it is.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like probably two different people expressed concern. We have this one on here, and then we have him responding to someone else. So two people expressed concern about the deceptive nature of the title. And then We got this guy saying sensationalize it, this saying clicks is dollars, and then Hashim kind of taking a nuanced approach and saying it's good to maximize views, but blatant lies are wrong for a Dawa channel. So somewhat voice of reason here. And I think the rest is just analysis on it. Oh, and then there's the little thing about you know, what Ali Dawa should name his new channel, just kind of showing their vile behavior, not directly related. Let me just double check that there's nothing else from, nothing else from Hashim. So that's the remarks that he made as a context of what we're about to watch. Anything you want to say about that before I bring up the video?
No, just that this is just really sad that this is kind of what they do, try to discredit people behind the scenes. And they're all in unison, right? They're all arguing for Mohammed Hijab. There's no dissenting voices here, presumably because if there were dissenting voices, they would be kicked out of the group. So, yeah,
indeed. There probably are, in fairness, there probably are people in the group who are uncomfortable with this, but they're afraid to speak up because
absolutely,
Hijab's too important, right? He's too big.
Too big to fail.
Too much influence, and thus, you know, they're just a small little guy who's starting out on YouTube. If they speak up against him, they've just lost their potential access to a future career. So I definitely think there's an element of fear at play. It's not all in agreement with him, morally speaking. All right, so we got the video here. A link to the full, or well, we'll watch the video, but a link to the video is also found in the video description. It's on Revelation 2231, I believe is the name of the channel. Chris did a video on it, and this is Bob confronting Hashim at Speaker's Corner. There are some technical issues. There's a lot of part of the video where the video itself is not working. You get audio only. So if the screen goes all black, it's not because I screwed something up. It's just the video itself. Let's dive into it. Let's jump through
health issues. Health issues. So, Hashim, as a man who preaches such good virtue, I've got a question. Why would you try to have an abuse?
Wait, pause it there. Sorry. There's gonna be so many times I have to say something there, but notice the Muslim in the background saying, "Brother, relax, brother, chill, brother." There's a lot of this at Speaker's Corner where people will come up to you and they just start whispering at you because you'll basically be trying to make a point. You want to say, "Look, this person's done something. Let me frame what's going on here." And one of the things I'll do is I just keep whispering in your ear, and you have to learn to tune it out because it is incredibly annoying. But yeah, that's what's going on there.
Yeah, so very good. You can help us with understanding what's going on at Speaker's Corner. I thought maybe he was trying to, you know, dissuade him from asking the questions or whatever, trying to pull him away from what was going on there before he's even asked anything, right? He hasn't actually even asked anything yet.
Why did you try to portray that as that she's suicidal and that she has mental health issues? Hashim, I now call you a scumbag because on a leaked WhatsApp group chat with 72 Dahi, you said, and I quote, "You should make it on a video that Mohammed Hijab lied about not being about him, that she had suicidal thoughts, she doubted the Quran, and that she had mental health issues such as ADHD and autism."
So I do want to correct young Bob here. So suicide comes up, but no one ever suggests that she is suicidal. The actual context is slightly different. Ali Dawa, of all people, is the voice of reason and says, because they're all like saying that she's mentally ill and, you know, how can we use this? And Ali Dawa is like, well, if she's actually mentally ill, we want to be careful. We don't want to push her towards suicide. And then Mohammed Hijab jumps in and says, we shouldn't care. If she kills herself, who cares? And no one responds to that. So Hashim did not say she's suicidal, but the rest of it is accurate there. And he didn't express any dislike of Mohammed Hijab, saying he doesn't care if she commits suicide either. So slightly different, but equally bad.
So Hashim, I want to know why your Islamic virtues has taught you to falsely accuse
You're not old enough to talk about marriage.
Yes, I actually am, because I am.
So how old is young Bob?
Okay, so young Bob is 16 years old.
So he's not old enough to talk about marriage?
That's funny coming from a Muslim, right, Thaddeus? Seems a bit.
Indeed, that's a bit odd.
Aren't they like according to some schools of jurisprudence that they're fully grown men by the time they reach 15? So I mean, he definitely is, but isn't the age of consent not really a thing?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder.
Yeah,
how old
there's
Rachel
no
was.
age, right? So there's the age where the father makes the decision that the girl is large enough to sustain the weight of a man. This is the dominant position in classic jurisprudence. A small minority said 9, specifically on the example of Muhammad. The rest said the principle is if she is large enough to bear the weight of a man and her father makes that decision, not her, then she's good to go.
Lovely religion.
Indeed. But in any case, 16 would be plenty old enough, even in modern Islamic context, to be married. So I don't know what they're getting on about there.
Someone posted a comment in one of the videos that said something like, if Hashim isn't like clever enough to figure out the response that young Bob is going to bring when he points out that he's not old enough to talk about marriage, and he's like, if he can't figure that out, there's no hope for him. And I'm like, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, imagine being a Muslim and to try to get away from a conversation you don't want to say. You say that, right? You 16-year-old or maybe 17-year-old, you're too young to talk about marriage. When he knows that the reason he doesn't want to talk to him is because he knows he's knowledgeable about Islam and he doesn't see why this won't work. Goodness gracious. Strategic geniuses here.
I am of the age of puberty.
Call your mommy.
So Hashim, I believe you're a
if you chase me,
scumbag.
that is,
Okay,
that's harassment.
go for it.
Okay?
Okay. And at the same breath,
chasing me.
and in the same breath, we can also talk to the police
Yeah, go
about.
on.
Go on.
Talk to the
Go on.
Okay.
By the way, harassment is just on one occasion.
So he's like literally said 2 sentences to him, and Hashim's like, "This is harassment. We're gonna talk to the police."
It was probably like already discussed in the WhatsApp group how they would respond to this. Funny enough, but yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have the video, so I don't know for sure if he just walked up. He might have been standing there for a little while. That's a possibility. And also, unfortunately, since we don't have the video, we don't know that Hashim is trying to walk away. And the reason he's saying it's harassment is because he's being followed, in this public place as he's walking around with signs saying, "Come ask me questions about Islam." He's walking around and people are walking towards him, and that's harassment, apparently.
Yep, really bad standards. It's just an excuse. There's no basis to any of this. It's speaker's corner. You expect people to come up to you and talk to you. I've had people follow me around, but I don't go, right, I'm going to go to the police and say they're harassing me. I think that's just weakness, in all honesty. That's how I perceive that. I think most people have the maturity to just accept, okay, this is a heckler. He's going to say what he wants to say. He's going to annoy me for however long, but I'll just deal with it because, I'm a grown man. I don't cry at the first sight of trouble.
If Hashim didn't want to answer the questions, all he would have to say is, "I'm not answering the questions no matter how many times you ask me. Waste your time if you want." Right?
Yeah. But he knows, because what's happening, I can guarantee you, is when people do this kind of thing, it draws crowds. So there's probably a lot of Muslims and a lot of Christians around him. And if he's moving, which I assume he is, because he's probably trying to get away from young Bob, they're following him, which of course is very visual. So everyone around notices this big trail of people, and they then join the trail of people. So you end up a bit like a mothball or whatever. It just grows and grows and grows because it's just 2 people yelling at each other with a big trail of people following. So yeah.
So Mark Aaron says that maybe this video was captured on a different channel. He thinks
yes.
there is, but keep in mind that there's a second encounter from just yesterday. So you could possibly be thinking of that. But if you know the video is captured somewhere, let me know where, and I'll definitely check that out after the stream.
You shouldn't be following people.
Okay,
That's the law.
you shouldn't falsely accuse people of suicidal thoughts when you're talking about abuse.
Whatever.
How would you like it
Go
if
away.
when you were abusing your
Go away,
wife,
get away.
someone else accused her of having suicidal thoughts?
Go away.
So I want to know why the Muslim Dahi on a secret group
Stop
chat
chasing.
were
go to the
accusing
police and
an
say you're
abused second marriage
Okay.
of having suicidal thoughts, Hashim.
Come here.
Go on.
Excuse me, guys.
Yes, go on.
One thing I want to just add real quick is
Mhm.
when you're in this kind of situation, you have to like get what you need to say out very, very quickly, and there's a lot of things that need explaining. I mean, me and Thaddeus just spent the last hour explaining the context to this.
Right.
Bob is trying to do it in front of an audience in like the space of 10 seconds.
Mhm.
So, you know, I think a lot of like sometimes you'll say something and then it won't quite connect, and then you kind of get the gist of what he's getting at later. So you do have to somewhat be patient with him a little bit.
So Mark said go to the channel, and they do have a new video, but that is from yesterday, from my understanding, not a different angle from the same conversation. I haven't watched that yet. I'll check it out, but I'm pretty sure it's a different conversation. I think that Bob went back and tried again this week to get Hashim to respond.
This guy's been harassing me. I told him I don't want to talk to you, and he keeps following me with his camera.
So my understanding of the accusation of harassment is me persisting in more than one occasion. I want to know why on a WhatsApp group chat, Hashim himself
Stop
was
harassing.
accusing an abused second marriage. Oh, of course. I'm gonna stay here. Oh, of course.
Yeah. Well, if he doesn't want to speak to you,
Yeah.
maybe just leave him alone.
No.
That was-
So
why
he is a
not?
public speaker, and he has on a WhatsApp group chat tried to say that an abused.
So the video is working now. You see Hashim talking to the police officer, and then Bob's talking to a different police officer, and she's like, if he doesn't want to talk to you, then I would suggest you leave him alone. And he's like, no, I'm not going to do that, which is well within his right, as far as I understand. Is that correct?
Okay. British law is a mess. In America, you actually have some sensible laws regarding this. We don't anymore. And you'll actually see this in the video later on. The police officer actually explains how certain hate crimes are defined, and that's a direction this goes into. But no, I actually think young Bob is probably wrong here. Harassment probably can be defined as anything, basically. It wouldn't surprise me if I went up to someone and started talking to them and they didn't like that, they could claim harassment. It's silly, but that is kind of the standard. The reason why is because we've embraced the principle of perception. So how you perceive something is the standard to which the action is judged legally. So if I perceive Thaddeus, this conversation to be harassment towards me, in an English law context, in Britain anyway, there would be grounds for that to be considered harassment. I think realistically, I don't know what can come of that if it's just one scenario. I have no idea, but it's definitely not like how it is in America. We have a very different legal system where things are viewed from the perspective of perceivedness as opposed to actual objective what happens.
Yeah, we'll get to what the police eventually do later on in the video, but they end up getting, quote unquote, getting him. I don't think he was actually arrested, but at least pulling him away from the conversation and making it stop on a totally unrelated matter in the end. All right, so let's continue on here.
Second marriage of Mohammed Hijab, that supposedly she was suicidal and had mental health issues, supposedly justifying why Mohammed Hijab would blackmail the second wife.
You can't force anyone to speak to you.
Of course, I'm not.
Exactly. So let's just be...
You know it's bad.
So the police officer says you can't force anyone to speak to you, and he says, of course, I'm not doing that. But what they seem, which, I mean, I think we would all agree with that, right? You can't force someone to talk. But they seem to be saying that also, or at least implying, if they don't want to talk, then they can force you not to talk. Right? Like you can't even say something at someone in Speaker's Corner, which has special rights, even above, like just on the street and random, which I find very bizarre, right? Now, if I go and say something that's like, grossly offensive or can be construed as hate speech or implies a threat or something like that, I can't do that even in America. But I certainly can just walk up to any random person on the street and speak to them if I want to. And if they don't want to speak to me, they don't have to speak back. But that doesn't seem to be what the British interpretation is here.
Right. Just one thing to add here. Technically, there is no specific special law for Speaker's Corner.
Okay.
It's just that we have a tradition that goes back to predominantly, I think, the 19th century, where because it was a popular place of gathering and people would do speeches there. George Orwell was there. Karl Marx has been there. Jeremy Corbyn's brother is still there and occasionally visits. So you get these people come and they give these speeches. So the idea is that the law will kind of look the other way, kind of, but there's no official protections.
Yeah. So that's actually worse in a way, right? That it's just kind of a convention to look the other way. But that means if they decide not to, they can get you on things that you would have expected to be allowed.
Yeah. There's always, we often wonder. So there's a special police force that governs not just Hyde Park, but all of the royal parks in London. They are the Royal Park Police, and they're a separate division from the Met Police. But that's changing soon, and we actually wonder whether or not the way that Speaker's Corner's police is going to change as a result, because Royal Park Police at least have some context about Speaker's Corner because they deal with it, they have experience with it, but the Met Police nowhere near as much. So we're actually wondering, are they going to police it a lot more strictly because they're going to be like, you can't say that, because they just don't have the understanding this is a place that traditionally does allow for that kind of speech. Or maybe not. Maybe they'll be even more lax than the Royal Park Police. We don't know, but
yeah. And to be clear, in America, while I can't just walk up to some random person and start spewing insults to their face or something, I can say literally anything in a properly, if I have I've reserved this public space or whatever, declared it. So that's why blatant racist speech from say the Ku Klux Klan or whatever is protected, because they can't be stopped from saying whatever they want to say, as long as they're not aggressively in someone's face and causing people to feel intimidated and threatened. They can say whatever they want, which obviously is not the case in the UK.
Well, remember though, we have the, if they feel intimidated or threatened,
right,
that actually counts as something. So you see in the UK now, I don't know if you're aware of the abortion clinics, and there are Christians being persecuted in the UK because there are distance-related bans. So a Christian cannot be within so many meters of a abortion clinic in certain areas and be praying. The idea is that it's meant to stop gatherings, right? So you can't have people protesting or trying to intervene, people going to an abortion clinic. But there have been cases, quite high-profile cases now, of basically just single, alone women praying silently on the street. There's no one there. You wouldn't even know what they were there for. They don't even have a sign. They're not even visibly protesting. They're just alone, basically just bowing, their head down, looking a little solemn, praying for those who have their lives lost at abortion clinics. And police officers get called. They turn up and they ask them, do you have a license for that prayer? And the answer is no. And they go, well then, and get in the van. And we'll detain you and take you in, and then we'll press charges against you. Now, fortunately, they've lost those, and there have been these high-profile cases, and they've lost, fortunately. But it still happens. In fact, that same woman who was arrested continued doing it because she was found to have done nothing wrong. She was completely, not venerated. She was found without fault. She did nothing wrong. The legal system went thumbs up. She's completely in the clear. She can continue doing this if she wants to. So she did. And then some new police officers turned up and did the same thing. And she even said to them, it's on camera, she's like, look, I this has happened before, right? And I have specifically got, the legal system agreeing with me, and you guys had to pay out a fine for this. And they're like, we have our instructions, we're going to take you in anyway.
Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, a license for prayer. I mean, this is just insane. In the United States, so I mean, this is specific to abortion clinics, obviously. It's not technically against praying. It's technically against interfering with abortion. But in the United States, it's not uncommon for Christian groups to like have actual massive demonstrations on public land just outside of the private land of the abortion clinic, which greatly interferes with people's ability to access it. Like they can't block the street, right? They can't physically prevent someone, but it makes it very uncomfortable for someone going in, and that's perfectly legal, perfectly protected. And when police have occasionally like tried to stop it, the police have gotten in trouble. So very, very different situation for sure.
Just to emphasize this, and thank you in the chat, exonerated. She was completely exonerated of doing any evil or any bad thing whatsoever from the eyes of the law. She was praying silently in her head. She wasn't even saying it, just in her head. So
yeah, I mean, we can have signs, we can have like a large group trying to intimidate people. I mean, to be perfectly honest, trying to intimidate people not to have abortions, and that's allowed as long as it's on public property. Obviously, you don't have unlimited right to go on private property and do whatever you want, but as long as you're on public property, perfectly allowed. Crazy differences for sure. All right, let's continue with the video.
Bad when Amy is... Hashim, if you don't want to engage in a discussion and speak... Hashim, if you don't want to have a speak, if you don't want to talk at Speaker's Corner, don't come to Speaker's Corner.
No, they can't. But
I mean, that seems pretty logical to me. I'm obviously not an expert in the law, but it seems pretty logical to me. If you've gone to a place where you're expecting people to speak to you, you really don't have any right to tell people to stop speaking to you.
Yeah. It's always, this is kind of why it's always a bit weird when people, claim harassment and they claim that people are doing bad things by trying to speak to them. But at Speaker's Corner, you kind of signed up for it when you went there. And also there's a very easy way of solving the problem. You can leave. You can leave at any time. You just go in one direction and you've left. But Hashim wants to use the law for his own purposes here. So
yeah, as Team Dream says, they can't like form a human blockade and lock arms and prevent people from passing. But as long as they're not doing that or inhibiting the flow of traffic on public streets or something like that, you can do pretty much anything you want outside of an abortion clinic.
Do you guys have like Just Stop Oil and groups like that in America?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So yeah, we have them here a lot, and they do stuff. I was actually almost affected by this. I was indirectly affected by this actually on my journey to work. But yeah, we have people like that.
Yeah, so I mean that would be technically illegal if you, a person, are standing in the street to try to prevent traffic from going through. That would be technically illegal, but may or may not actually be enforced.
Right. I think we're getting to that point. I think there has been some legislation recently that has made it so that police have the power to actually file charges and stuff. But whether that's actually the case and happening, I don't know.
Interesting. So it's only abortion clinics that are protected, is what you're telling me.
Yeah.
You can interfere with anything else you want, just not abortion clinics. Crazy.
when they're following you, that is harassment.
Well, harassment isn't that.
Who's the captain in charge today?
He's made it very clear. He doesn't want to speak to you.
Of course, but this is Speaker's Corner. I can express my opinions.
Yeah, if you stand here, not following him.
If that's not harassment. Following him is not harassment. Unless you put the female sunglasses away, sir. Do you agree that a dahi of Islam should falsely accuse someone of having suicidal thoughts?
Who said that?
Hashim on a secret group chat, in trying to hide the scandal of Mohammed Hijab, he said that they should post to the media that she was suicidal, doubting the Quran, and vilify her as a woman with mental health problems. Whilst Hijab was blackmailing his secret wife into continually having sex in a muta marriage.
So to be clear, that part is inaccurate understanding of young Bob. He was blackmailing Sheikh Tarani. He was not blackmailing Aisha. He was threatening Aisha, but not to have sex with him or continue to have sex with him. He was threatening her what would happen to her if she went public. You could call that, it definitely could be seen as blackmail because he's saying that'll spread rumors and stuff like that. But it's not for the purpose of getting more sex out of her. I just want to be clear.
Freeze, as long as he's not touching you, it's freeze.
You believe you should do that to your wife?
I'm just saying, of course you shouldn't.
You shouldn't. Condemn him.
What, beating up your wife?
No, accusing someone's second wife who is being abused by her husband of having suicidal thoughts. Hashim, if you don't want to have a discussion, don't go to Speaker's Corner.
I think that was Hashim that he finally gave a response saying, of course you shouldn't do that to your wife. Except that that's exactly, well, not exactly, but very close to what Hijab did to his wife.
Yeah. Actually, well, I'm not sure if that was him or the guy he's speaking to. I think there might be some.
Yeah, I'm not certain it was him either.
Yeah.
Someone said that, and I presume a Muslim. It might not.
Yeah, I presume a Muslim. Yeah. I also find it very disingenuous that suspiciously all the people that go here who are the regulars, you know, they turn up on a weekly basis, you know, have no knowledge of this, you know, like,
yeah,
what
that's
WhatsApp
a bit
group?
weird.
What's going on? I've never heard this before. And it's like, yeah, sure you haven't. Yeah.
Yeah, that actually might be a good time to ask. So my understanding is that both Ali Dawa and Mohammed Hijab have stopped turning up at all. Is that correct?
Yes. So I, for the last few months, have been not going so regularly, mostly because of my own personal things going on in my own life. But that should be resuming shortly. But from the people who I know and I'm in good contact with, they've said they've not seen him there either. The last time we saw Mohammed Hijab was actually the day before all this started.
Oh,
it was literally the very it may have even been, because I remember that I was surprised he was there even then, because he was kind of being like, these things were kind of coming into circulation on that day. And I was like, wow, he's brave for coming. But then after that day, no, just not been since the Speaker's Corner.
And now Ali Dawa is going around and just like popping up at random locations around London, it looks like, because I guess he still needs the content, right? He still needs to have discussions, but now he's afraid to do it at Speaker's Corner for some reason.
Yeah, this has been the new kind of thing. I mean, Hashim and Mansour are kind of the old guard who still continue to do it. They still go to Speaker's Corner every week. But outside of them, most dais have now, or are in the process of, moving to random locations. Stratford, Leicester Square, Shepherd's Bush. They go to these other places in very public areas and they set up Dawa stalls. You know, like, so when GodLogic came to the UK not long ago, that's where he went, because we informed him that this is where they'd be. Because again, it's very public, right? You know, they don't hide this. So we said, well, he'll be here, he'll be here, he'll be here. And so he went on a little tour, going to all the Dawa stalls in different parts of London. And, you know, that's how he did a lot of his debates and a lot of his content. But yeah, they do it because an uninformed public is a lot easier than regular people who know what you say and have looked into it and have a response. So, I mean, you still get the uninformed public go to Speaker's Corner. It's a tourist attraction. So especially during the summer, you will have people who, you know, they're maybe not even, like, they may be from other nations, other states, maybe other parts of Europe, and they come to Speaker's Corner to check it out, see what it's like. And if they make the mistake of voicing their opinion and they turn out to be Christian or in any way anti-Islam, I guess, then there's a real risk that people like Mansour or Hashim will be informed about it and they'll come along with cameras and try to entrap them. I really do think that's an appropriate term, because it is like a form of entrapment. They put cameras around them and they have large Muslim crowds around them, and you're intimidated in that process. I had that happen to me when I first joined Speaker's Corner, and you feel like you have to give a defense, even if, you know, a lot of these people, they've never debated in their life. Like they have no idea what's going on. You know, they started off by saying, I don't know if Muhammad was really that much of a good guy. And then all of a sudden they're now debating, you know, why the Bible is reliable with someone who's been arguing that point for 30 years, and they haven't been arguing it for more than 3 minutes. So, yeah.
Yeah, and of course, Uthman does the same kind of thing here in America, where as soon as he realizes someone has some knowledge, he cuts it off, and obviously that doesn't make it onto his channel.
Yep.
He only puts up the conversations that look the best for him, which I guess anyone would do, obviously, but gives this impression that, you know, he's convincing all these Christians. When you're in one, you've already come up and talked, so you're already somewhat interested. And then two, you're like in a very intimidating environment. You said that people are potentially surrounded, and I've definitely seen that in videos where they're completely surrounded by a hostile crowd. They don't have much knowledge. It's very easy just to say yeah, I agree with you, no matter what they say, just to get away from there. Even if you're not buying their argument in the slightest, you just want to get away. But then it looks like good content for them because like, we're destroying all the Christians.
Yep. I mean, it's all about perception. Dawa is mostly perception and deception. They try to make content that looks good. You know, people, oh, wow, you know, the Ummah's doing great. We're getting Muslims, new converts every day. It's amazing. But I mean, it's funny because the people who are most annoyed at this are Muslims because they notice it and they call it out. There are some channels that you can go on, Dawa channels, that go to Speaker's Corner every week, and they make this content and they'll say things like Christian becomes Muslim, you know, something like that. And it gives you the impression that this person, A, is a Christian. A lot of the time they're not. B, they become a Muslim then and there after hearing, you know, Hashim or Ibn Hazm or Sheikh Mohammed or whoever it is give this amazing talk. But usually it's actually just the case that they became Muslim probably like a week or two ago or something. And they came to Speaker's Corner because some Muslim told them to do it, to go in front, to go find Hashim or whoever, tell them, and then they record it, and then they put it on their channel, and they get money, they get clicks, right? Like they said in the Dawa chat, you know, clicks equals money. And they're aware of this. So all the Shahada videos, I'd probably say even the most of them, no one really becomes a Christian then and there, becomes a Muslim then and there. Either they did so long ago and they've just been told to go there and just repeat their story, or they're people who, I don't really know how to describe this in a way it's basically people who are very easily manipulated into doing something for a crowd. And it turns out there's a lot of people like that. If you get a large enough crowd and you tell them, you know, hey, say the Shahada, it'll be great for you. Islam is amazing. Islam is amazing. There's like a well-known trick in psychology where if you get someone to say yes to something like 3 times in succession, they're much likely to continue the pattern when you ask them the next question. So and they do that. They ask them like, hey, do you think there's, you know, are you open to the idea that there's one God? It's not even that, do you think there's just one God? Are you open-minded to the idea there's one God? I guess so, yeah. Do you think that one God would be just? Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Do you think that maybe Muhammad was a prophet potentially? I guess maybe he could have been. You know, do you want to take your Shahada? Okay, then. And, you know, like, so it's silly. I mean, I made a short where I poked fun at the fact that they gave sweets out to people who took, well, as far as I can tell, it was just this one kid who took his Shahada. They recorded it, and they had pre-planned by getting sweets. They had like chocolates and stuff. And they were like as soon as he said his Shahada, they all hugged him and they gave him chocolates. And I was just thinking, you don't just have chocolates there to hand. You knew that was going to happen, but you arranged for him to go to Speaker's Corner, captured on camera, and then you posted it on your Dawa channel. And I mocked this, and you know, Muslims got a little bit upset that I did it, but I was just thinking, you know, it's insincere, right? You guys aren't being sincere about this anymore.
All right, let's get back to the video.
Why are you coming? No, of course. Hashim.
Where's the police officer?
Okay, go to the police. That's not harassment. It's not harassment.
So you know, they have a little. They both have a little chat with the police, and then he goes and asks. He just says Hashim. That's literally all he said is Hashim, and then Hashim's like, "Oh, this is harassment. I'm going back to the police." So saying his name apparently is harassment now.
It's silly. I mean, it just seems like kids playing a game to me. Like, I mean, you know, you got Hashim going with the back and forward and claiming he's being harassed when someone's trying to get him to address something that's, you know, public knowledge. And you got the police that seem to have to enforce this really weird understanding of the law. I just find it very silly. Kind of wish that we had better laws, in all honesty.
All right, let's continue.
I want to have a statement as it pertains to a specific thing that he's being accused of. Yeah.
You were involved in an incident earlier on.
I wasn't.
You were?
I wasn't.
Okay, you can argue with me all you want, but you were involved, right?
Okay.
So now all of a sudden, this police officer's like, he's just explaining what he's trying to do. And now all of a sudden, this police officer says, you were involved with an incident earlier today, weren't you? He's like, no, I was.
So I think this is literally just what happened 5 minutes ago in the video. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not. But I think this is basically his way of being like, now look, we told you a few moments ago that this is harassment. I think that's what he's getting at, but we'll see.
You can accuse me of something that isn't
He's
true,
not accusing him.
in where
I
I
will
was
state his
threatened by
facts.
someone else, and now you're going to use that as a justification towards somehow not being able to ask him a question.
It's not a matter of asking a question. Will you listen to me?
I will.
Okay. If someone doesn't want to speak to you, just let them be.
Of course.
Okay.
But if this
You wouldn't
person,
like it.
okay, if I advertise, for example, that I will have a discussion with anyone, especially if I teach Islamic virtue, in which I show the direct opposite of that, do I have the right in asking him the question, even though he's invited anyone to speak on that?
When he withdraws the invitation and walks away, just let him be.
Is that illegal for me to do what I'm currently doing?
It can
lead to that.
It can
And if it does,
harassment.
no, it doesn't, because harassment.
So the police officer gives his personal advice, like if he doesn't want to talk to you, just leave him alone. And he says, yes, but is it illegal? And then the police officer kind of stumbles because he's like, I mean, I guess he's thinking, I can't say yes, but I don't want to say no either. So he's kind of like saying, well, it could maybe lead to that or something along those lines.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think like there would ever be any real legal case to be made of this, you know? I mean, I think it would like fail they call it like the sniff test or whatever. Like, you know, you go into a court and you're like, so I went to Speaker's Corner where everyone was speaking, and then someone tried to speak to me, and I thought this was harassment. You know, I think like, no one would take that seriously. And I think the police officer probably knows that. So he's like, well, he's just trying to be like, please don't do this. Please make my life a little bit easier.
Yeah,
nice
I mean,
day. I just
that's
want
a
to
good point.
enjoy the sun.
That's a good point. It's not like, I mean, the police officers, they're human beings too, right? They don't want to have to deal with this childish game, as you put it. They probably think Hashim's being silly, but they're like, all right, just let it go. I don't really want to deal with this. I think is probably what's going on. But what Bob said there is that someone threatened him earlier in the day, and that's going to come
Yes,
back
I picked up on that as well. Yeah, so maybe it was in reference to that then. Yeah.
Oh, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe he was just talking about 5 minutes ago, and then Bob interprets that as something else. In any case, that will eventually come back up.
Oh, okay.
With you, I'm telling you.
Okay, you can tell me something that isn't true, because I've looked at the law to harassment, and when the Muslims have accused me of this, I've had other officers on camera say what I am doing is currently not harassment.
Okay. Isn't that gentleman involved in the racially aggravated earlier on?
Wait.
Bring the gentleman with us. Let's go. Let's go.
Doing what?
Let's go. I will explain everything to you later.
What?
Let's go.
So just now, out of nowhere, I don't know if this was the incident earlier or whatever, but just like all of a sudden, the guy's like, remembers he was involved in a racially aggravated incident earlier in the day. And so they use this as an excuse to pull him away from the crowd. All the Muslims cheer. What's going on here, Chris?
Yeah, so there was a different incident, which I don't think happened on the same day. I think it was a different day, but maybe it was. I need to check with young Bob. But basically, there was some Muslim that at the time we didn't know, but he had gone, obviously after the fact, gone to the police and said, this young Bob character has, you know, he's said some naughty words that are either homophobic or racial. I'm still not sure which he said. Maybe he said both. But long story short, it's quite obviously a nothing burger. There's no value in it. There's no truth in this whatsoever. I know young Bob. I've never heard him make any racial statements or anything like that. I know he wouldn't do that. It's obviously just a Muslim who is very upset with young Bob, as many Muslims are currently, and yeah, that's kind of what I think this police officer referred to. But the fact he just happened to remember it, and it's like I think I said in my video, I don't think the police officer even knows young Bob's name. So I would have thought the first thing he would have said is, what was the name of the person, and then asked him his name or something, but apparently not.
Yeah, it's very strange. And then they're not like gonna like charge him with anything or whatever. I think they just want an excuse to pull him away from the crowd.
Yeah.
Honestly. So they make something up, or I mean, I guess not and technically make it up, but use it as a reason to pull him away. Like, oh, this is how we can get away from the crowd. But all the Muslims show, yay, he's being arrested, yay. But what you just said is actually very interesting to me here, right? So we got Bob. I don't know how long he's been going to Speaker's Corner, but it can't be that long if he's 16 years old. And then you got these Dawa guys who've been going 10 years or whatever, and they're intimidated by him. What does that say about Islam?
Yes, there's a video of Mansour, Hashim's Dawa partner in Dawahwise. He went up to one of our cameramen and he said, "Listen here, Christian debate team, if you keep sending children at us," and by that he's only referring to Bob because that's the only person we have who's 16. He basically said, if you keep doing this, we're going to do the same thing to you, and we're going to heckle you, which is weird because we would actually relish this because we're trying to get them to debate us and they refuse to do it. So the idea they would all turn and then address us is kind of the very thing that we would want. I don't think he really thought that through. Don't threaten us with a good time, but yeah.
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong here. I obviously have no experience, but what I've heard is that maybe like 5-10 years ago, Muslims dominated Hyde Park. It was like there were no Christians, or maybe like one Christian who would go, and they just had like unlimited access to, the random tourists or random individuals who decided to check it out that week, and they could say whatever they wanted. And now they've lost that grip because Christians have organized and are going and speaking. And that's where a lot of their anger is coming from, because they used to have this great Dawa tool that is now destroyed because people are actually able to respond to what they're saying.
Yes, I think a lot of it is the fact that Islam is a new idea to the British people. We don't have a tradition of Islam. We have a tradition of Christianity, but not Islam. So they took advantage of the fact that the average person just isn't going to be prepared to do a deep dive into Islam, but they were prepared to do a deep dive into Christianity. Perhaps deep dive is a little too much, shallow surface reading, but they made their Dawa scripts and they went out into Speaker's Corner, and there wasn't many people there prepared to address it. And what this led to was, just a little context as well. There's a road called Edgware Road, which is parallel to Speaker's Corner. This is well known for having a lot of shops with non-English language and lots of people from Muslim backgrounds who live nearby. So they're actually very close proximity to Hyde Park. It's not a challenge for them to turn up in numbers if they want to. So over time, this built up. They sort of claimed it as like a strategic resource, if you sort of see it from that perspective. And then you started to see pushback, and you saw Jay Smith. Jay Smith, I think, was like a pioneer of this, actually. He was incredibly influential. His videos, he used to get on the ladder. He then worked with Hatton Tash. He bought, I think it was like 27 different Arabic Qurans to Hyde Park and showed them in the flesh. And Mohammed Hijab was there, and he was telling Muslims to come away. You had all this pushback. Bob comes, and then later you have the new guys. I include myself in that. You have David, you have Young Bob, you have all these amazing apologists. And basically, for a while, what they were doing is they were debating. You can watch videos. You can search on YouTube right now, Mansour versus Jay Smith, Mansour versus Hatun. You could see Mansour versus Daniel, Hashim versus Adnan Rashid. He did debates with Jay Smith as well. Bob used to debate all these people, and all these videos are still online for people to watch. But that was 5 years ago, 5-6 years ago. Now, in the last few years in particular, they've got blacklists, and they're realizing that they kind of need a new narrative, because what you can do, and this is what they were doing, is they would say, I will debate any of the Christian team, but I won't debate Bob. I will debate any of the Christian team, but I won't debate Hatun because she blasphemes against my religion. We won't do Jay Smith because Jay Smith, I don't know, we don't like him for whatever reason, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's like a super nice guy.
He is, yeah. So they would come up with these reasons to avoid certain people, but then eventually that list got bigger and bigger. So all of a sudden, Bob, he's now on this list, Jay Smith, Hatun, all these people. And eventually it gets to the point where basically the whole Christian debate team is off limits. And it got to the point where there was quite a few Christian debaters joining and immediately entering this list. And it was becoming very obvious to anyone watching what was going on. There are atheist and secular, agnostic people, even Jewish people as well. Actually, we have some Jews at Speaker's Corner. They notice this, and they say to Muslims all the time, look, you guys used to have a stronghold here. It was basically Islam and then just small little groups that stood away from the crowd. Now there's Islam and Christianity at loggerheads, and they're all, in all honesty, they're all rooting for the Christian team to win and gain the upper hand in this, because they know that the Christian team will respect freedom of speech. They don't talk about secretly killing apostates when the caliph is reestablished. They don't have these conversations. And so they're like, yeah, we're happy with the Christian side. The amount of people there who come up to me and say, Chris, I really love what you do. I'm not a Christian, and I don't have an intent of becoming a Christian, but I absolutely love what you do, and I fully support you. And I find it very weird, because I'm like, okay, well, I'm a Christian, right? Like that's my main thing here. That I'm telling these Muslims to leave Islam and become a Christian, and they're like, yeah, but you're doing a great job. And I'm like, oh, okay. So it's interesting, but yeah, the tide has turned. So they're either leaving and doing other things, or they're basically like being very. I mean, okay, so one last point, and then I'll let you continue because I've been talking for a while. It used to be that everyone was together. So at Hyde Park, at Speaker's Corner, everyone was kind of in this big ball of people all in groups, and that has changed now. Now there's kind of like a Christian side and a Muslim side, because they kind of moved all their stands, their materials, their banners into a very specific place, and they've kept them there for years now, which means that all the Muslims kind of use it as a point to gather around. So although you do see like, mingling of people from different sides, there's now kind of like here's Speaker's Corner where most people are not Muslim, and here's a Speaker's Corner where most people are Muslim. So there's kind of like they've segregated, basically.
But I mean, notice that that's a mission to maybe not quite defeat, but at least being unable to compete or win. Maybe they would say it's a draw, like the most generous possible interpretation. But from their own viewpoint, it's a draw. We can't make any progress. Let's not waste our time. But probably they understand that they're not just not winning converts; they're actually losing those debates and pushing people further away from Islam when they see that the Muslims are incapable of answering these questions. It's not like these questions are surprises, gotcha, secret, a super new argument or something. They're things that they have unlimited time to prepare for, and they just simply do not have any answers.
Yeah, absolutely. It hit a real interesting point when we started having philosophers turn up to Speaker's Corner. We had Thomas Apologia, we had Sig, and these guys are Christian apologists who have their basis in philosophy. They do it at an academic level, and they started hitting the Dawa with all these arguments that we hadn't thought of before, and it was shocking. There was nothing. They added to the blacklist on day one, and you can watch the videos, and they're really awkward. I mean, there's one of Sig talking to Ali Dawa, and Ali Dawa tries to say that death, like God, like Jesus Christ, if he was God, he can't die because death is to cease to exist, and God can't cease to exist. And Sig just calls him out on this and says that's an atheist understanding of death, and he has no response. He's embarrassed, and he actually looks at his phone and pretends he can't hear him. It's really bad, but yeah, it's amazing stuff.
Very good there. And Professor Yaffle says that when you first came to Speaker's Corner, you smashed Mansoor or Mansoor. Is that true? Did you smash Mansoor?
There was a particular debate. Actually, there was two particular debates I had with Mansoor, and he came off very poorly in both of them. The first was when I had Daniel Brubaker's book. It's like the 20 illustrated examples of textual alterations in the Quran. I'm paraphrasing the title of the book there, but I bought it. I bought the book, and I took it to Speaker's Corner, and I just started showing Muslims what was in this book. And of course, it has pictures of the actual changes in the Arabic manuscripts. And he got summoned in to deal with me because I was talking to too many Muslims when I shouldn't be. Him and Abbas, actually, it was two of them dealing with me, and he couldn't deal with the fact that I was pointing out, yeah, but there's all I said to him is, are these manuscripts different? And he was like, I don't accept Daniel Brubaker's thesis. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. But are the manuscripts he's got in his book, are they different from the Quran you have today? He couldn't give a response. So he ended up walking away from me and then doing a large grandstand where he explained to the Muslims how he was successful in this interaction somehow.
Success by running away.
Yeah. And then the other one, which I really enjoyed, he was... I would use the terms. He was preying on a Christian woman who was new to Speaker's Corner, and he had got a crowd around her. And I thought, you know what, I'm going to interrupt this. So I came in and I talked to this Christian woman, and she could figure out what was going on here. She figured out he was a bad faith actor. He's not being sincere. And so she says, look, you deal with this guy, Chris. I don't want to deal with you. You deal with this guy, Chris. So he's forced to interact with me. We have a debate right then and there about the Birmingham portfolio, the Birmingham manuscripts of the Quran, supposedly some of the earliest, not the earliest, but some of the earliest scriptures that they have. And I pointed out to him that they actually predate, if you take the radiocarbon dating, they predate the actual Uthmanic recension. And I explained to him how this means that the Sunni traditions are false. And he had an absolute meltdown over this. And it did not look well for him. But yeah, it was really fun. It was really fun.
Nice. All right, let's see what happens here. Getting back to young Bob.
What am I done for, sir?
So,
yep.
You were identified
Yep.
as a male who made a racial comment towards a member of public.
A racial comment?
Yes.
Saying what?
Right. If you stand over there,
Yep.
do you have any proof of ID on you?
No. Because
Okay.
I'm underage.
How old are you?
16.
16. Give your details to my colleague, please.
Yep.
And then we gonna try to establish your ID and your where you live. Okay. And then you might be invited in.
Yep.
For a caution plus free if the victim was to substitute the offence.
Okay. Saying what? What am I accused of?
My colleague will explain everything.
Okay.
To you.
We're going to take your info, and you might be invited into the police station if the victim of apparently being called a name pursues this. Imagine. I mean, just to be clear, this isn't Hashim that they're talking about. This is some other random individual. But just imagine, someone called me a name. I'm a victim.
Please put him in the prison cell. Please do it. And I'm like, yeah, okay.
And so he's asking, what am I being accused of? Which I think is a reasonable thing to ask. What is the statement that I supposedly made? Let's see what they eventually come up with.
Make sure you blur out my name, yeah? Because I'm going to have to give it out.
So I'm going to jump in real quick just to explain something. Because they're about to say his name. Now, I know his name, and his name is public knowledge. But yeah, I just want to point that out there because the officer just say it, and it is in this video. But yeah.
So do you want me to skip ahead, or?
No. I'm just saying because he just said there, you're gonna have to blur my name out.
Right.
But his name is public. Like he goes by the young Bob name, but people do know his name, and that's fine.
Okay.
Exactly am I accused of?
Let me take your details first. So what's your first name?
Thomas. Can I just write it down for you there so people don't have to hear it?
I'll have to write it.
Well, if you give me...
Do you have a phone on you?
Yeah, type off and then
Got the police standing guard here.
Am I being arrested today?
No.
So I'll be fine to after this leave?
Possibly, as my sergeant said, later on, you'll be invited.
Later on, I'll be invited.
We're
Doing
going to
what?
establish your identity.
Do I need my address as well?
Yeah.
What else do I need? Just tell me everything and I'll write down.
Do you want to jump in the minibus so people can hear you?
I'd prefer not because then I'm just...
It's up to you. It's for your privacy.
Jump in the minibus.
What racial comment have I been accused?
So what was that about there?
I was saying, hey, would you? So Thomas doesn't want to give away certain information because he's aware that there's a microphone on him.
Mm-hmm.
But the police officer's like, hey, would you like to jump in the back of the police van?
Oh.
And the thing is so I really, this is kind of why having some like awareness of Speaker's Corner is important. There's 50 different cameras here. And, you know, they would relish the idea to record young Bob going in the back of a police van, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like it would, you know, suit a narrative and the Dawa guys would make clips of it. And it's just the police officer saying, hey, yeah, you can jump in the back of the police van. It'll be fine. Like, it just shows he's not aware of
the dynamic, yeah.
The dynamics that are at play here.
Because he's just thinking, all right, you don't want to, you want to talk privately so people don't ever hear. We can go inside, but he doesn't see the optics, and certainly doesn't understand that they'll clip it and not show that this wasn't him being arrested. And then they'll post videos. Bob arrested at Speaker's Corner for heinous crime or something, right?
Yeah, and keep in mind he's got a microphone on, so it's irrelevant anyway. You know, it's gonna be caught on the microphone what he says, so it's a bit silly, but yeah.
Accused of, officer? Let me just take your details. That is my address and that is my... Wait, because I'm underage, I can have an appropriate adult as you're questioning me, correct?
Oh, I'm not going to question you. We're just getting your details.
Yeah, but even collecting my details, I can have someone over the age, right?
If you want.
So can I have someone over the age?
Would you want to come here?
Well, okay, so... Hey, you seem reasonable.
What happened?
Come with me. So, because he's questioning me as an underage minor, I have now remembered that I can have someone who's over the age with me. And you seem quite reasonable.
We just want your name.
Yeah, of course.
So, just to jump in, that's a Christian cameraman.
Uh-huh.
Just for reference there. He's a good friend of ours.
But I mean, you know, he's just kind of giving the police a little bit of a hard time, saying, you know, I got rights, so I'm going to take advantage of them. Obviously, he's not really afraid that the police are going to do something.
Yeah.
Yep. We love the judiciary, everyone. I get arrested for racial comment.
You're not on the list.
Yeah, I know, but what is this about? A racial comment I supposedly made.
What's racial about?
I haven't said anything racial.
By the way, they still haven't told him what he supposedly said here. They're collecting all his information in case there's a official complaint later, so they can know how to get back in touch with him. But they still haven't even told him what he's accused of, which is a little weird to me. I don't know what the law is. I mean, maybe you have to give your info, but it seems really weird to me.
I think you do, actually. I could be wrong. I think it's something like if you're accused of something, right? And they have reasonable grounds, supposedly, for detaining you, they can ask for your information, and you do actually have to give it, I think. I think and I think that's kind of what the police officer may have been getting at earlier. If I remember right, it sounded like he was saying, basically, you're not under arrest unless you don't give us this information. But as long as you do, then we'll take it, and you can be on your way. That's my understanding, but it could be wrong.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I don't find it weird that they have the right to collect his information. I just kind of find it weird that they can collect his information without telling him what he's being accused of. That's the only part I find weird.
Yeah, just a random racial remark somewhere at some point.
Right. I mean, that's kind of just I mean, again, I don't know what the law is, but that feels like it's just a license for the police to harass or intimidate anyone they want. Just say, you were accused of something, give us your info. It's like, what was I accused of? That's none of your concern.
You don't need to know the finer details.
I mean, it's just really strange to me. Again, I'm not saying it's illegal. I wouldn't know.
You might have felt it this way.
We love the judiciary, everyone.
Sorry, I can't see. So it muted the video here. He might have actually had to speak his full name or something, but they've muted the video at this point.
I'm guessing so, yeah. Revelation wouldn't have posted it if there was sensitive information in it. So.
Right. So that's what's going on here. Maybe he has to give his address. I don't know exactly, but presumably he's giving sensitive information, and they've silenced the video at that portion. All right, so now.
So what is the accusation I'm accused of?
So if
Now
hasn't told you,
he gave all his info.
remember
Now
the
he wants to know what the
confrontation you had
accusation
earlier
is.
on, just down there. With
Yeah,
the-
but what was the comment I said that was supposed
Allow
to
me
be
to
racial?
speak,
Yes.
please. So you remember that guy you had an argument with? He made the accusation, and emphasizes the point, it's just an accusation, that you called him gay.
Okay.
Homophobic.
So, does this make any sense to you, Chris? So they said it was racially aggravated, which I guess there's laws against, like making racist statements or whatever. And then they finally get to what it is, and you called someone gay, which
I'm pretty sure being
isn't a
gay
race?
isn't racial. What's implied there? To me, what cracks me up is the accent he says it with as well, and the fact and the way he says it. Like he could have said homosexual, but he said gay. It was like, so to my knowledge, yeah, the guy you spoke with earlier, you called him gay, and it's just the way he says it is kind of like, just seems so unprofessional to me. But
yeah, so I obviously have no idea who he talked to, what he said, but theoretically, if he talked to someone who was gay, I'm not sure how that would be an insult. And if he talked to someone who wasn't gay and called him gay, that would only be an insult if there's something wrong with being gay. So it seems to be suggesting. I mean, he could have like been a lot more offensive than saying gay. That's a pretty neutral term. It's a term that homosexuals use for themselves all the time.
yeah, I'd say it's a neutral term. Like, I don't think it's either good or bad. It's just a descriptive term for someone's sexuality. But, you know, according to this guy, it's a terrible, horrible thing and must be punished.
Yep.
How is accusing someone of being homosexual
Racial, yeah.
homophobic?
That's how he perceived it.
Okay.
Okay. So just accusation at the moment.
So
Right.
so let me get this right.
So
Wait, so
now we're
he-
getting to what you were talking about earlier here, right? He said, how is calling someone homosexual an insult or homophobic, right? And he says, well, he perceived it that way. So, I mean, if we're going by this, that literally means that anyone can say anything is, a violation of their rights because I think it is.
Yes, and it leads to this in practice. There are some silly examples. There's a case where there was a man on a motorcycle who started his motorbike up, and he had to rev it a few times or something, or he revved it for whatever reason, revving the engine, and then he went. Didn't think anything of it, but later turned out that the house he was just outside of, there was a Muslim family there, and they perceived this as like a Islamophobic attack by having someone outside rev the engine. Yeah, seriously. And this was a reported hate crime.
I'm sorry to laugh since this is real, but it sounds like something so ridiculous that it would be on
I know. You think it's
like
comedy,
a
right?
YouTube comedy channel intended for children. Like an adult wouldn't even believe it. So it had to be intended for children.
Well, British comedy is some of the best comedy in the world. So why not just turn everyday life into comedy, apparently, including our legal system? We have these kind of laws. They're absolutely. Oh, there's others as well. Another one that was released. There was someone who went shopping at like Asda or Tesco somewhere, which is kind of like our Walmart equivalent. And there was a person working at the till, and they were putting this person's shopping in a bag, and they handed them the bag, and didn't think anything of it. But later, that person thought the way they handed them the bag was homophobic.
What?
Yeah. Apparently, they gave them a look, like the way they looked at them or something, and that was filed as a hate crime. So be very careful how you hand people bags if you work at Tesco.
Oh, geez, I didn't know there was a gay insulting way to hand someone a bag. But...
Apparently.
Sheesh.
I mean, have you seen all the videos of police turning up at people's doorsteps because of stuff they post on Twitter or Facebook?
No.
It's a real thing. It's everywhere. It's a shame. Like, I would be embarrassed if I was a police officer and I had to do this. But you go up to someone's home and you say, you knock on the door, they're in their full uniform, they're on duty, and they inform the person they have committed some kind of, not a crime, but like, not a crime. It's very ambitious as to what it is, but basically they don't know if it's a crime until they know the reason for why you did it. So they'll go up to you and they'll say, you did this. Can you please explain yourself? And most people are like, what on earth are you on about? I don't even remember this because it was like a month ago. But even if you do remember it, it's like that was in no way intended to be a threat to anyone or anything like that. It was just a lot of the time, it's not even something they said. They pressed the repost button or the share button or the like button. And that's guilt by association, Oh, by the way, this doesn't.
Wait, they don't even have to post it. They can just
you can just like it, or you can love heart it, or you can that's sufficient because it shows that you're endorsing it. Therefore, and this view is harmful. Keep in mind, you don't need someone to have flagged it as harmful. There's actually people that look at this stuff and flag it as being harmful, right? So, some police officers have like a list of things to look at. This one looks bad. Who liked this? Who shared this? Can we figure out where they live? If so, we'll give them a nice little visit and warn them about the harms of what they have done. Make sure they sufficiently repent of such things, and then we leave them on their way. But yeah, you should check it out, like on YouTube sometime. Like UK,
I had no idea, right? Like I certainly heard about the praying in front of an abortion clinic. That was international news, but no idea that you could get a knock on your door because you liked a tweet or something.
One more, because this is another high-profile one that went around the whole British news because it was insane. There was a female police officer that turned up to someone's house, and I can't remember the reason for it. But basically, there was a family in this home, and the police turned up, and there was this young blonde police lady who was one of the police officers there. Anyway, they do what they have to do. But while they're in their home, one of the children says out loud, that young lady, that police officer, looks like I think they said looks like our lesbian nana. Now, it turns out this child has, I believe, autism. And they looked at the police officer and just made a remark. They're underage. They just said, that lady looks like our lesbian nana.
Mm-hmm.
The police officer interprets this as a homophobic attack by the child, gets very upset at the moment, and it's captured on body cam footage. Tries to, I think she tries to like detain or to do something with what just happened. The child starts crying. Starts having a meltdown because the child doesn't understand what they've done. And this led to like outrage across the UK because this woman took offense at the term lesbian nana. So she kind of became known as the lesbian nana lady. But yeah.
Yeah, Streisand effect there, right?
Yeah. It turns out there's other stuff involving her as well. But it's really weird. But this is the kind of thing we have in the UK at the moment.
So Drew Traver here says that it's called a non-crime hate incident.
That's it. Yeah. So if you ask them, is it a crime? They'll tell you no. But
they're still showing up at your door telling you not to do it.
Yeah, and they tend to follow it up with, it depends what you mean. What are you getting at? What are you trying to do? they ask these kind of questions hoping you'll say something like, well, I was just hoping, some people would go and commit mass murder from my tweets, like you would just randomly say this.
Right. To a police officer, no less.
Yeah, it's like I was just there tweeting about lesbian Nana and hoping that there'd be a school bombing, No, but like it's the absurdity of what they think will come out of this. Obviously, none of that is the case. It's people just talking online, using normal language, really. But they say no, you can't say that. That's offensive. It's hurtful. It might I don't know. It's not even because it's obviously not insightful behavior. Nothing about what they say is insightful, because obviously, if you do go out and you say people go do this, that is insightful behavior, that is illegal. But these are things like LGBT never made sense to me. Like saying things like that. That is the sort of thing they'll look for and be like, that kind of sounds homophobic.
Oh, well, my intent, officer, was to cause mass suicide among LGBT people. Oh, there you go. You were inciting. Sarah Licious says that you guys also have fines for office jokes potentially.
Let's have a look. They also now have office joke police. You can get fined for saying if you don't know in the office. Yeah, I can definitely believe that. To be honest with you, in a work environment, I think it's obviously even more. I mean, it depends on what your work environment is, but there are many left-leaning work environments where I wouldn't even say you could even realistically have a conversation about many things, let alone the gospel. I mean, the gospel would be to like talk about the gospel openly. I think would be challenging, let alone just, hey, let's talk about contemporary issues. And it's like, no, they won't tolerate any of it.
Professor Yaffle challenging Wad White, a regular Muslim commenter on this channel, to ask Jesus to reveal his love to you. Yes, you should take that challenge, Wad. I don't get why you come here all the time. You always come here and you're like, I like you guys. You guys are so nice. Blah, 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 blah. And then you like tell us we're morons because we're reading your own text to you and we just don't understand them or whatever. But take the challenge. What do you have to lose?
Absolutely.
All right. Now this is going to take an interesting turn here. So now that they finally told him what he's being accused of, jogs his memory. Jogs Bob's memory as to what they're talking about.
Without you engaging the intention, supposedly calling someone gay is apparently a racial comment. You said it was racial. How is someone's sexuality a racial comment?
But it shouldn't be the other way around. If you accuse him of being gay and he considers that an insult, isn't that considering it an insult homophobic?
No.
So because he thinks gay is
I mean, that's someone else talking there, but I mean, in a way, he's correct, right? If you perceive it as an insult when it should be a neutral term, isn't that you being homophobic?
Yeah, I mean, that's really good reasoning by the Christian cameraman there. I just love the police officers like
immediately
no. and it's the kind of no that's like, and I'm not answering any questions about this. It's the no end of, right? That tone of voice.
Mm-hmm.
Allow me to speak, please. If that gentleman wants to substantiate the offence, then we'll be in touch and we'll be in for a caution plus 3.
So what happens with hate crimes is it's about how the victim perceives it.
Wait, how does that? Okay, so for example, if I perceive someone calling me short, a racial comment.
So this is what we're trying to explain. He'll speak to us. He'll make a report. He'll make a complaint.
Yep.
And it will be reported, and it will be if he perceives it as a hate crime, it will be investigated by us to see to what extent. So if it makes sense.
This honestly seems quite arbitrary.
And I just want to clarify.
Yeah, 100% arbitrary. Like, I mean, he says, if someone calls me short, can I call that a racial comment? And I think in practice, I mean, I don't agree with the intent, but I at least get what the intent is. But in practice, anyone could say literally anything is racially motivated.
You know what's really interesting? I didn't mention this earlier, but at Speaker's Corner, one of the problems we often have is racist comments. There's a lot of racist stuff at Speaker's Corner, but not in the form you probably think. The racist comments is pretty much directed at just one group of people, and it's people from they have Indian ancestry. So what happens is, as part of our Christian team, a lot of us are from mainland India or Sri Lanka or Nepal or somewhere like these areas. And because of that, and because they speak Urdu or Hindi or whatever it might be, they're identified by the Muslims, and they make racial comments in their own language to say things like, you're a cow worshipper, you do things with cows. You know, there's a lot of emphasis on cows. But yeah, basically, they do it all the time. And they do it in their language so that people around don't understand what's going on. But it's a big issue, and we talk to our brothers and sisters who get it all the time, and they say, yeah, we just learn to block it out, because that's what we're not like Muslims. We're paying kind. We don't make racial comments to them. So
Interesting. So David with a good point here. Bob should have perceived Hashim saying you're harassing me as a racial comment.
I always think, why not just, like, whatever the police officer is doing, just say, look, I perceive this as harassment. Not only just harassment, but racial homophobic harassment. That's how I perceive what's going on here. You know, it's silly, right? It boils down to absurdity.
Is that your dad's number?
Yes.
And so I had to silence it again here. They're confirming the phone number. Obviously, we don't need to know his phone number or his dad's phone number even.
So this is in the video I saw today, which was of yesterday. There's a person that goes up to young Bob, and the microphone picks this up. He's standing right next to young Bob, and we know who he is. He's a regular person, and he's a Dawa guy. And he leans over to Bob and he says, "We know. Well, I mean, it's public, but for the sake of being somewhat more reserved, I won't say where he works. But in the video, he says it, and he says, 'You work here, right?'
Oh,
in other words, he's saying, 'I know where you work.'"
That you want to talk about a perceived threat? That is a perceived threat.
Yes. I mean, this is the irony. Christians get it all the time. We get it absolutely all the time. There's a video of a Christian brother who does amazing work at Speaker's Corner, really, really good work. He's Indian ancestry, and he calls the police at Speaker's Corner, literally gets his phone out, calls them, because some Muslims are directly threatening him and making racial comments.
Mm-hmm.
And they basically just laugh at him while he's on the phone telling the police, "Look, this is happening." And I obviously I didn't listen to the call, but I have a sneaking suspicion the police on the other end of the line are like, "Oh, it's
just
Speaker's
walk away,"
Corner.
or yeah.
No, they in all honesty, I think they're all like, "Oh, it's Speaker's Corner." Like it's this stuff happens there. Not particularly interested, and it's not against the majority, right? It's one ethnic minority making racial claims and making death threats to another ethnic minority, which is not the worst case scenario from the police's perspective, I'm guessing.
Sarah Licious says, so if my boyfriend breaks up with me, I can say I perceived it as a threat or racist because I'm a minority and female. I guess so.
Yeah.
Officer, can I ask a question? So if he feels being called gay is an insult, isn't that his action or his reaction?
Is that everything you need from me?
Down the low. He thinks being gay is an insult. Obviously he didn't. That's what he called, if at all he called it.
It's how they can perceive it.
You don't go back crossing corners.
So if somebody calls me Indian, do I perceive it in a derogatory manner? Is it an insult?
Is that everything?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Am I supposed to go?
If you think the way they...
Notice the police didn't answer that, right?
Yeah.
If someone calls me an Indian, which I presume he is from India, and I perceive that as an insult, is it so? And the officer just ignores him.
Because they know deep down it's wrong. I generally do think that the police officers that engage with this in the public know it's wrong. But, they choose to do it because it's their job. I think that's still very shameful. I think you do have to have a conscience at some point and say, look, this is illogical. It leads to absurdities. Why am I enforcing this? can I sleep easy at night? I mean, I couldn't if I was in that position and I had to do that. And I mean, keep in mind, he's at Speaker's Corner, the place of debate. You know, you're going to come across people who think about this like critically. And that's exactly what the Christian cameraman there did, right? He's thinking about it logically, and he's explaining it to him, saying, "Does this make sense to you?" And the police officer's like, he's keeping hush about it.
Yeah, because I mean, he doesn't want to give a soundbite or whatever. But I'm sure you're right. Like he's thinking, of course not. This is stupid. But he can't say that because he knows he has to defend a certain position.
Yeah.
Said it. It's degrading to put you down.
That's what they always do.
Well, isn't that just them making up a crime? Like, I can feel in any way towards what someone says, but it's on the person who's saying it, to which then we can intel the intention.
It's your perception. So if someone...
Well, it's someone else's perception against mine, right? This is why when we look at a crime, we look at the facts, not the feelings.
And with your investigation, okay? If you got the gentleman details, it's free to go. Thank you.
You know, sir.
Free speech, baby, we love it! Apparently, saying someone is gay is a racial comment. That is the accusation. And he wants, for me, he said it's how the person feels. Yeah. The person who said that he would kill me, the person say that I would be killed, he wants to say that calling him gay is hate speech. Not accusing me, not threatening him to kill me, but in response, me calling him gay is somehow a racial comment.
So Bob didn't tell that to the police officer, but he's now remembered that the guy who made this complaint was giving death threats towards Bob, or at least threatening to beat him up. Maybe he wasn't threatening to kill him technically, but he was threatening to beat him up, threatening for physical violence. And he said something in response, and that's the hateful thing, not threatening to beat someone up.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? It's like dealing with this nonsense, racialized, homophobic incident, which is never explained, by the way. Police officer never explained how it was racial. I think that was an error, perhaps, on his part, but he just didn't want to admit that he had misspoke. That's I'm assuming that.
Yeah.
But and then he just remembers, oh wait, hang on a sec, he gave me a death threat. Which is like, oh yeah, I should probably have mentioned that.
It's homophobic.
No, he said it was racial.
It's racial.
Yeah.
Calling gay is racial. Like,
Yeah.
gay is a race.
Yes. So I've had to give my details. I've had to give my... So in response to a death threat, I said to his other gentleman, who seemed like a close partner of his boyfriend wants to leave. And now in response to that, it's been reported as a racial comment, and I could come in for questioning in regards to hate speech law.
So he did remember what he actually said there, apparently. So a guy's threatening him. He has a male companion, and the other guy probably is gesturing to leave. So he says, your boyfriend wants to leave. That is the hate speech, homophobic, potentially racist comment that he made.
Throw away the key.
Which, if that's what he said, he didn't even technically call him gay. He made an even more neutral statement, saying your boyfriend, right?
Yeah. I guess you could say it's more of a thing about the other person than him, maybe. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, he said to Bob, Ish, and myself that I should wait outside the park. He would beat me up and kill me. And in response to that, I said that to his partner, who quite close to him, touching him, that his boyfriend is telling him to leave because he was getting quite close.
Please not questioning the person. Have you told them that?
Yeah. Officers, you are officers. You are aware that this gentleman sent me a death threat and also threatened to hurt me outside the park. So can I make an accusation of the same gentleman? Yes.
Is that allowed?
We got the gentleman's details.
Yes. Can I make a counter accusation of
you
can bin that if you want.
Counter connect.
Yeah.
And then we will send the crime reference number to your dad.
Okay.
As recorded.
Yep.
So someone says, did you tell the police? And he's kind of like, oh, I guess I didn't. Hey, police officers, can I file a complaint against him? And to their credit, they do say, yes, we'll take your info, or we'll take the complaint and we'll file it. But in your video, you say you're pretty sure that there is zero chance. There was zero chance the first incident was going anywhere, but there's zero chance the death threat is going anywhere either. And I kind of feel like a death threat maybe should go somewhere. What do you think?
It should do, but here's a little fun fact for you, Thaddeus. Did you know that most, so I think it's theft. Most theft we can take, for example, car theft in this country is never resolved. In fact, it's never even sufficiently investigated. We currently have a problem where, so we have lots of CCTV cameras in Britain. You know, we've built a lot over many decades. So when someone, for example, breaks into a car and steals a car, there's a good likelihood, or, you know, maybe they just steal the contents in the car. There's a good likelihood it's caught on camera. But it was revealed, and you can check this out on some channels that talked about this recently, that in most situations, the police don't actually even check the CCTV footage. It never gets to that point. There's a documentary. Literally, it's brand new. You can find it on the internet if you search for it on YouTube. There's an English guy who did a little social experiment where he parked his bike right near to where the Met Police were, right next to CCTV cameras, and he actually puts a tag on his bike so it can track the GPS location of the bike. And then he leaves it for a few days, and then lo and behold, it's in London, it gets stolen. And then he files a report to say it's been stolen. And then later on, the police send him a message saying, just basically, we won't investigate this further. You know, thank you for, you know, telling us, but we've decided at this point there isn't sufficient enough evidence to push this any further, so we're gonna just let it go. To which he then says, well, hang on a second, I'm pretty sure there was CCTV footage there. What did that show? And basically, he later comes out they never checked the CCTV footage, but he then says, oh, hang on a second, I've put a tag on the bike. I can tell you where the bike is right now. I can literally tell you it's here. To which they respond with, is it in a block of flats? And he goes, well, it looks like it. Yeah. And he says, oh, you see, we can't investigate it if it's in a block of flats. And he's like, what? And he's like, yeah, so we can't identify.
Knock on the wrong door or something?
Yeah, that's literally it. They're saying that they can't identify which flat it is, so they're not willing to risk knocking on the wrong flat.
Wow.
Yeah. And basically, he made a big deal of this, and then he sold the story to a newspaper that then published the story. And then not long after that, he got a text back from the police saying that they've reopened the case, and they're now trying to figure out where his bike went. It's really fascinating. I encourage people to watch that if you want to know more about this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy to me. So, I mean, in America, there's plenty of thefts too. And, you know, a large percentage are not, like, they don't spend a lot of effort investigating them, but that's because there's really no evidence, right? Someone steals something, if it's not caught on camera, I mean, how would you ever know who took it, right? There's not really anything to investigate. But if you have it on camera, it shouldn't be that hard to investigate.
I think what's happened is the police is so stretched. I mean, you know, they've got to take hate crimes very seriously.
Yeah.
They've got to investigate
that
these
must
and
be
turn
the
up
problem.
And people point this out. They say, look, you know, you've got like dedicated members of the police force whose job it is to go out and do this stuff. They knock on your door and ask about your tweets. But if you report something's been stolen and there's evidence and they can investigate, it gets put on a pile somewhere, and it seems to be designated lower priority for some reason. So.
Yeah, when you were telling me that they had people going and knocking on doors, I was like, okay, well, that probably means they have too many police officers. But now you're telling me they're not investigating actual crime.
Yeah, we're massively under-policed. The issue is that the police as well is told. People have long leaked things that the police are told, and they go through training where they're told about, you know, hate crimes are a thing. We need to take this seriously. Community policing is a big thing. You guys have stop and search in America. Do you have something called stop and search?
So the courts have decided that a moving vehicle is not protected against anti-search laws. So yes, the police they have to have a cause to stop you, but it could be, you know, you were going 1 mile over the speed limit, So they can stop you for any reason. And if they stop you, then they don't have to have reasonable suspicion to search your car.
Right. So I don't know how it works in the States regarding someone just walking around, but in the UK, there was a big thing where we used to have stop and search where if there was suspicion someone could have a knife, because remember, we don't do guns, we do knives. That's more of our specialty. You could have a suspicion someone might be carrying a knife. You can stop them and search them and so on, right? But this led to,
I was gonna say, to the best of my knowledge, it could vary by jurisdiction, but to the best of my knowledge, you can't be stopped walking. I just, when you said stop, I just assumed you meant a car. So a car can be stopped for any reason and then searched, but I don't think a person walking in the street can be stopped unless they have actual reason to believe you're involved in a crime or something.
Right. Yeah. For us, we had the thing where we used to be able to stop without sufficient. It's just a random stop. They can randomly stop people and say, we're going to do a check on what you have on you. And the whole idea was to stop knife crime, right? Because people were carrying knives and we wanted to stop that. I know that might sound very non-American, freedom is overall for you guys, but for us, we had this thing. And what it did do is it did actually help stopping people from carrying knives, because the police could actually at any moment choose to check what you have on you. And if you have a knife, you're in trouble. But this led to racial profiling, or at least accusations of racial profiling. And this is like a taboo topic, but basically there was pushback and our current London mayor stopped stop and search, which led to a sudden spike in knife crime, because now people learned that they can carry knives and they won't be asked to turn out their pockets. So you basically had some kind of immunity to carry knives in a sense. But yeah, we had this issue. But yeah.
Yeah, so the chat seems to say that it's on a city by city basis in the United States whether they can stop, which is interesting. I guess that means it probably hasn't been tested on a constitutional grounds whether it's allowed or not. And Mary said a car can't be searched. They might have to have, suspicion. I guess they have to have suspicion, but it's definitely not treated the same way a residence is. It's not protected by the constitutional search provision.
Isn't this the again, this is coming from me watching too many films, but isn't it the whole police officer comes and says, it smells like marijuana in your car, so I have a reason to search your car, kind of thing?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Mary seems to disagree, but I remember this distinctly from civil politics, or whatever they called the exact name of the class. But I remember from school that there was an important Supreme Court case in which they ruled someone living in an RV that was parked and was not mobile still counted as a vehicle that could be searched, because a home is protected against search without a warrant.
Right. Okay.
You cannot search a car without probable cause and without a warrant. Okay, well then, if you're correct, Mary, then the law definitely changed, because that was definitely not the case when I learned it 20 plus years ago in high school. I was pretty sure that they could search a car with just reasonable suspicion, a very low standard, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. All right, let's continue the video.
Okay, beautiful. So, you want me to outline what happened? Okay, so another speaker called Ish was speaking, and the gentleman in question tapped my shoulder and said, "You should."
Which one?
The gentleman making the report.
The one with the beard?
Yes. Yeah. He pointed to me and said, "You should."
So, to the officer's credit here, he is actually remembering the incident, because he just, he describes the guy and he says, "Yep, that's the one." So he didn't know like anyone's name or anything, but he does actually remember the incident. But he didn't know the details that the supposed homophobic comment was made in response to a death threat. You'd think that, you'd actually question I'm sure they had no intention of ever doing anything with the complaint. But even so, you'd think you'd at least ask him what the context of the remarks was. You'd think that'd be important to ask. I don't know.
Like I said, I think this is, oh, here we go. He's remembered something. Oh, I guess we'll make a note of it, write it
Right.
down. Okay. Because, I mean, I know that I don't think at all that Bob is making this up. I think he's completely honest and this did happen as he remembers it. But I imagine that from the police's perspective, they probably encounter many scenarios where, especially given the way the law structures, if someone says, I felt that was homophobic, well, the other person can say, well, I thought that you were racist. And then, they come up with their own counter thing and they have to take note, knowing full well that's probably just them being emotional and wanting to respond in some way. So they probably have some sort of, here we go kind of thing. But I do think.
I mean, I don't think they want to take this either, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they remember. Maybe they actually did know this all along, and they just didn't want to bring it up because they didn't want to bother making another report that'll go nowhere. Who knows?
Just more paperwork.
So Mary clarified either probable cause or a warrant. Well, you obviously can't get a warrant without probable cause. So basically, you're just saying that you need probable cause, which is a higher standard than what I said, but still is a lower standard than searching a resident.
Watch out, I'm not like these other Muslims here. I will hurt and kill you. And then said, I definitely will.
One second.
Yep. Oh.
Anyone else heard it? Who can get a statement?
Was it on video?
It would be, yeah, potentially.
On your video?
I can look through the footage of the discussion that was in question. Wait, Fred, you had the recording of him threatening me, no? Okay, we'll look through it later.
So, when you go through the footage, if you can find it, your dad will receive the correct reference number. Okay. If your dad or yourself call 101, give the crime reference number. The officer in charge will get in touch with you. They send you a link. You can upload the link.
Yeah, I'm familiar. What is the potential punishment for being found guilty of hate speech law? Of breaching hate speech law? What is the potential punishment? I'm just curious.
Potentially. Obviously, it's up to God. It's not up to us. But you could do jail time.
Jail time for hate speech law. For saying that someone's gay.
If they perceive it like that. But just because they make the allegation doesn't mean it has happened. We will do our investigation. We look for witnesses, independent witnesses, video, body, and so on.
Okay, so my word against us, essentially, yeah?
At the moment, yes.
Okay, cool.
But as per Home Office policy, we have to record everything.
Fantastic.
And that statement there was telling, right? By policy, we have to record it. They know that it's not going anywhere, but obviously they can't say that. That would it would be improper for a police officer to say that it's definitely not going anywhere. Don't worry about it. But that's basically what he's saying, right? We have to record it. Yeah, it's stupid, but hey, we got to do it. But the interesting thing here to me isn't so much the homophobic thing. It's that the death threat thing. Now, I don't know what the standards are in the UK. In the United States, it would technically be a crime just making the threat. Now, obviously, people wouldn't usually press charges unless they actually felt threatened. And obviously, Bob didn't really feel threatened. But it would technically just be a crime making the threat to begin with.
Yeah. 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 I mean, it is totally two different categories, right? The fact that they felt more urgent about the former racist, homophobic statement than the death threat is bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. This is just sad.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to their credit, they're taking it seriously by their actions. Now, whether they actually think it's serious, we can debate, and I suspect that they don't think it's serious. And maybe it's not serious, right? If it's not actually a credible threat. But I mean, technically, in the U.S. at least, it would definitely be a crime to make a threat against someone, whether or not it's credible. It doesn't have to be credible for it to be a crime.
Yeah. We have the same standard here. It doesn't need to be credible. I mean, yeah, it's perception, I think, most likely. If you perceive it to be credible, that's sufficient. But at Speaker's Corner, threats are given out a lot. I mean, I've been in crowds, usually when I'm debating someone, particularly if I'm talking about Aisha, and you know, I can hear someone in the crowd yell out, "I'm going to get you when da da da." You know, people come up to your face and they try and intimidate you, and they say they're going to do stuff. I mean, almost certainly they don't, and they're trying to get a rise out of you to justify them doing something. But if you don't respond, you don't meet that energy, then they don't know where to go, because you know, they want to get into a fight mode. They're ready to do that, but you're not. So it just looks weird if, you know, they try and start something and you're just not responding to it. But yeah, there are these threats, and there are credible threats at Speaker's Corner. Hatton is the main victim of these credible threats. Just so everyone
she
is
definitely
aware.
had credible threats against her. I mean, they acted out on some of them. They were clearly credible.
Absolutely. I think for most of the Christian debate team, most aren't credible. Most are designed to intimidate and to get you to stop doing something in the moment. Stop talking about Aisha. Stop talking about Hashim's WhatsApp group chat. You know, it's this kind of thing. But yeah.
Yeah, and you know, YouTube does a very good job of blocking these comments, but every once in a while, someone will find a way to get one through the filter. And I, you know, obviously I just laugh at it. There's no point, or I might even pin it, right? I might even pin it to laugh at them even more when someone sends a so-called threat. And every time someone's in the news for anything remotely controversial, one of the first things they'll say to the media is, you know, I'm getting death threats over this. And it might be technically true, but, you know, there's a difference between like an actual threat and just people saying, I'm going to kill you, or I want you to die, or something along those lines. I mean, this actually does sound somewhat credible in that they're like, meet me outside the park and I'll get my vengeance on you.
Yeah, I mean, even this is quite common though. So Bob, not young Bob, old Bob, he put on his Twitter, I think it was about a week ago, a copy of an email he got from a Muslim that said, next time you go to Speaker's Corner, I'll be waiting for you. You know, it was that kind of thing. And that's obviously quite credible in a sense, because he knows who he is, he knows where he'll be, and he's claiming he'll be there and he'll do something. Will he actually? No. In fact, we know he didn't, because that was over a week ago now. I mean,
I would consider that a credible threat, right? I know where you'll be. I'll be there. I would say that's credible, right? Someone sending a random email to me saying, I'm going to kill you. That's not a credible threat. But saying a location and a date and knowing the person's going to be there if they don't act on the threat, I'd say that's credible.
Yeah. But I think to me, a lot of it is just washed out, because you see enough of it. And
I'm not saying that it's probable. I'm just saying that it's in a different category. I mean, obviously, if it was probable, we'd have murders every week, right? So. All right, let's finish the discussion here.
You were saying, so he said, I'm not like other Muslims.
I will kill and hurt you.
So I'm actually serious. I'll actually do it, unlike other guys. Again, adding to the credibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then.
So your dad will receive a text message.
Yep.
With a crime reference number.
Cool. Yeah, that's essentially the gist of it.
Do you have dad's details?
Yeah, I've got his number.
Name?
Date of birth and number, yeah.
Perfect.
Beautiful.
But the part when you arrested
Now,
somebody calls it gay, then really.
So hate speech law, from my gentleman over here, can result in jail time. So I can be jailed for having the observation that someone likes men, because that could be perceived. And again, I think the most heinous thing of all is, within a liberal democracy, saying that someone is gay is the thing that is insulting. For someone to report me for that would be the insult to the LGBTQ community, because for him, he's taking the noun of being homosexual as an insult. So very obviously, then he is committing the hate speech. Now, hate speech is a very ambiguous and arbitrary term. It is determined by the person who is, of course, loudly accusing me of doing that. If I wasn't a Christian speaker prominent at the park, he would not make an accusation to the police of hate speech being committed. So it could be loaded and they can somehow feel offended by any words I give to him, I could say he's short and he could say that's a racialized comment. And that is the danger of making a distinction between freedom of speech, which is permissible, and hate speech. Freedom of speech is a bastion at Speaker's Corner. No one should be arrested for anything being said at Speaker's Corner, even if you believe it's not of a Christian's ministry to do so. Many people give me flack for what I say, but regardless of what I say, I should not be persecuted or arrested for what I say at Speaker's Corner. This is a national monument, even listed on Google Maps, and we should promote it as a space which I can say whatever I want.
Can I ask?
And I will say, you told me that there's no actual law behind it, but I will say just like common sense perspective here. If a place is a place that's, you know, has special, not legally protected, but special expectation of people being able to say whatever they want, if you don't want to be offended or you're easily offended, don't go there, right? That doesn't excuse threatening someone's life or threatening violence, but it kind of does excuse hateful comments. I mean, to be honest, if you go to a place where it's expected that that's allowed and you choose to go there, then not that this comment actually was hateful, but you shouldn't expect to be protected from hearing something you don't like if you've made the choice to go there. That's my opinion anyway.
Yeah, it's mine as well. I think it's pretty much, well, okay. You know, so many people who are regulars are Muslim at Speaker's Corner, which makes for a weird dynamic, because then you have this group of people that believes in Speaker's Corner, right? They believe in the value of it, freedom of speech. They can say what they want. It doesn't matter if you're offended, you have the right to say it. That's what this is. Perfect, they love it. But then the other side of it, and the regulars that are Muslim, that not only do they disagree with that, but they're of the view that ideally Sharia law should be established, Speaker's Corner should be dismantled. And do you see what I mean? So you end up with this weird, a lot of the people that go to Speaker's Corner actively do not believe in Speaker's Corner. They fundamentally dislike it. They don't, they're working within the paradigm of freedom of speech because it's a Western nation and Islam has not yet become dominant in the Western nation. But yeah, it's weird when you think of it that way. Most people who are regulars there, well, maybe not most now, but a large proportion of them don't believe in Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, it's definitely very interesting. I mean, I understand why, you know, society might have an issue with you just like yelling offensive things at some random stranger on the street for no reason. I understand why society might have a problem with that. But if you're going to a location where it's normative for that to happen, that's kind of on you for going there.
Yep. You know, you would have thought common sense, right? But common sense is rare.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. And common sense, forget that.
Yeah.
Did you just report to the police the death threat?
Yeah.
And what did they say they're going to do?
They say they're going to make a counterclaim, and my father's going to receive. And by the way, funny enough.
No, but what did the police say they're going to do in response to you telling them about the death threat?
Make a report.
And they're going to fill in a form.
In this country, you can have your bike stolen, your mobile stolen, you get a prime number,
and people wonder why people are talking about two-tier policing.
Well, funny enough,
call me gay, I'm going to call you racist and report you to the police. Threaten to kill you, they're going to file a report.
It's of the same level. Now, funny enough, the police, the police traditionally.
So just pause that for a second, real quick. This person here on the right of Young Bob is a good friend of ours, Steve. Steve the atheist is kind of how I know him, but he's actually a Reform Party candidate, or he was a period of time ago. But he's a regular at Speaker's Corner. He's been on the news. He's been pretty much everywhere because he's been at Speaker's Corner so long. He pretty much gets on with everyone. He's a really lovely chap. He's really easy to speak to. He's not a Christian. I've debated him on one occasion as well. But he's great, you know. I had him on my channel not long ago as well. But yeah, you know, he's one of these people that's taking note of what's going on. You can hear a guy in the background as well. He's another person who's been at Speaker's Corner long time. Again, I don't think they're Christian. pretty sure he's not Christian. He may say he's culturally Christian. Actually, yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but he was kind of saying the same thing that you were saying earlier, right? You can have your property stolen, and they'll fill out a form and give you a number, and that's the end of it. I think that's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's it. This is why I kind of laugh when they say, we'll send you a link, as if this is some sort of, they've replaced actual policing with like this technical marvel of, ooh, I've got a web link. Wow, I'm impressed with this web link.
Yeah, I can upload the audio later on. And no one will ever look at it or anything, right?
Just sits on a server somewhere, but it's there.
Yeah, give you the illusion that you're doing something.
Of my ministry. For example, my work at Turning Point. Whenever I go to a demonstration now in London, I am cautioned by the police with my full name and my brother's name, saying that I cannot go in certain areas as it would be breaching public disorder acts.
But you're not under bail conditions.
No, of course not.
So surely they have no legal right.
They say that I would disturb the peace and cause.
But they can't do that unless they've charged you.
I have been blocked in Bristol and Nottingham to going in certain areas purely because I'm young Bob of Speaker's Corner and of Turning Point UK.
I'm not a lawyer, but I would suggest they have no legal entitlement to do that.
Yeah.
It's a Redmond bait.
So, Young Bog's saying that when he goes to some areas, I guess like Muslim events or something, that the police inform him that he can't go there, or they'll consider it incitement or whatever he said is the exact crime. But basically saying that they've predetermined he's not allowed to go certain places. And then Steve's saying, I don't think that's legal, but he's not sure. What do you think?
It's an awkward one. We see this a lot. There's so many like notorious things that happen. So there's video footage of a Jewish man being told he's not allowed to go in certain areas, and when asked why, the police officer explains it's because he's Jewish and because it might be perceived as being causing unrest.
So being Jewish is a crime if you walk in the wrong place?
Yeah, that's how it looks, isn't it? The reason they do this is because the police is so under supported and told to focus on so many of the wrong things that they have to do very silly, pragmatic choices that seem very questionable. Basically what they're saying is, look, we don't actually have the manpower or the will, for that matter, to police what could happen if you go there. So please don't go there. If you go there, we think something bad will happen, and we actually can't do much about it. So we're telling you now, don't go there. And the question is that, does that have any binding authority?
Gotcha. So basically, they're issuing a preemptive threat to try to prevent you from getting in a situation where you might be harmed. So they kind of have your best interest in mind, but in a very dishonest manner going about it, is basically what you're saying.
Yeah. And it's done. I mean, so you're familiar with Hatun. When Hatun was, she was attacked, someone stole her Quran. There was a crowd of Muslims around her. The police came in, and they did, and I can tell you now that their thought process was, it's easier to remove one small Turkish woman than it is to remove 20, 30, 6-foot men. So they said, all right, then, we're detaining you, Hatun, come with us. They made up, I think it was either charges of unrest, or they actually claimed that she had stolen the Quran. There was some confusion about
whose it was.
Some Muslims had tried to say that she had stolen the Quran, which wasn't true. It was her own Quran. But anyway, they used it as a reason to grab her and carry her by force out of a crowd of Muslims, throwing things at her and the police by extension, because their aim isn't great. They put her in a van, drove her off, and they had to pay, I think it was £10,000 in compensation for the fact that they had no legal grounds to do this. But it was the most pragmatic thing they could think of at the time to resolve the issue, even though it wasn't legal. And, that's how desperate they are, because they don't believe they can properly police things anymore. They don't say they can't, but we all know, 3, 4, 5 police officers against 30, 40, 50 Muslim men who were all ganging up together, what are you going to do? You're not going to do anything. So you let things slide, right? Case in point, Muslims tend to pray at Speaker's Corner. The royal parks, now it's not technically illegal, but it's against the royal park rules, which there's a list of rules, but one of them is you can't have collective organized practices of religion or worship at royal parks. So you can't all get in a line and start doing the salah. You can't do that. That's not allowed. And people point this out and they say, look, this is against the royal park's rules. Can you, do anything about this? Often they'll be too hesitant to even approach them. They'll just be like, we're not going to do that.
So let me ask you a related question then. I saw a number of social media footage and whatnot of massive numbers of Muslims, literally hundreds of Muslims gathering on what I assume are very important church grounds on the property of the church, all praying simultaneously. Would that be illegal technically, right? Obviously it's not enforced, but would it technically be illegal for them to be doing that, or what's the deal there?
So are you talking about churches that have openly invited them, or are you talking about Muslims that have just turned up on church property unannounced?
In fairness, I can't say for sure. The social media says it's unannounced or uninvited, that and they're outside the church, right? They're on the grass of it. The social media could be lying though, right? It's possible the church gave them an invite.
It wouldn't surprise me if the church did invite them, because there's a lot of that, and I find that reprehensible. I think that's not appropriate at all and shouldn't be done whatsoever. And it sends the wrong message out. The pastor, the priest, whoever it is thinking, this makes us look really welcoming and inviting, and it's a great chance for them to hear the gospel. What actually happens is they say, we have conquered you now. And they don't understand different mentalities, different cultures. But yeah, it's also possible that they just came in unannounced. In which case, yeah, probably is legal, but it's probably illegal in the sense of trespassing.
Right. That's what I was
But
thinking.
trespassing it's a bit like American law, I think. You tell them to leave, and then they kind of have to leave, but it's a bit sort of like, well, if you drag your feet as you're doing it, it's kind of hard to.
Right. What are you going to say? He walked out too slowly, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. As long as you somewhat seem to be making some effort to leave, you can be there for quite a while. And you didn't break anything when you came in, so you didn't break and enter. So yeah, it's silly, but realistically, there isn't much a church could do about that. If they wanted to, they could call the police. Probably very hesitant. If they describe them as Muslim on the
if
phone.
the police showed up, they just ask him to leave, and then they probably would leave. But I mean, and you very well might be right. It's very possible that the church stupidly just invited them to come do that demonstration, which the public and the Muslims certainly will perceive as a demonstration of power. But they're like, oh, we're being nice to them. They'll be more friendly to Christian thought or something. That's highly possible. All right. I think that we're just about done here, but I'll go ahead and play a little bit more.
Well, what was that? What conditions have I given you that?
They haven't given me any conditions. They've just said that if we find you there, we'll cite you for disturbing the peace.
What if we sell 100 shirts with your picture on it, your face on it?
Yeah.
We all wear
And
that?
listen, I'm hardly the most divisive figure. I have been overly critical of people like burning the Quran because I don't believe it gives a good message towards Christians. And I'm very careful in the language I use. This is why I heavily discourage people in chanting inflammatory language, because it doesn't invite a discussion.
Does either Turning Point or UKIP have legal advice? Do they have a
No
lawyer?
idea.
I would ask them, because I seriously think that needs some legal.
This is what the police do.
It needs some legal analysis.
Yeah, of course.
Or the Free Speech Union. You remember the Free Speech Union?
Yeah.
Then raise it with the Free Speech
Because
Union. They
look,
can't control where you
anyone
walk
who's
in
an
this country.
activist or a preacher would see that during their events are cameraed by the police. This is so they can keep security on the predominant speakers of these organizations. They want to make sure they know who you are and any possible details that you could give. For example, I was in Bristol a few weeks back. They went up to my identical twin brother and trying to poach him for as many details as possible. When they gave him his first name, Finlay, they used that.
So they knew he wasn't you.
Yeah, they knew that. And when I was in Nottingham, they conveyed the same information that they received in Bristol. These people are trying to make a Soviet state of the United Kingdom.
Does freedom of information cover police information, or is that excluded?
Just to pause here real quick.
Yep.
So yeah, young Bob has a twin, and the twin also comes to Speaker's Corner and looks just like him. And there's a lot of funny moments where the Dawa guys get confused between the two of them. I get confused between the two of them, to be honest with you. But yeah.
So that's what that's important context to understand what they were saying there. That very helpful. Chris Oakley says he needs to talk to a lawyer as he's getting violated. I wouldn't think that anything that happened here was warranting making a big deal out of it in the end.
So I will say, young Bob, he mentioned in this video he does things for Turning Point UK, which is a big organization, a conservative organization, and Bob is full throttle, as you can tell. He goes straight in, doesn't withhold like anything. He does the absolute best he can do and doesn't shy away from it. And because of that, realistically, he should make sure he knows as much about the law as he possibly can. And we've pointed him towards organizations like Christian Concern, who are a British-based organization which specialize in helping Christians with legal matters. So we've done this. I'm not sure exactly how much interaction he's had with them, but yeah, I very much.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely wise, right? Researching the law, understanding what your rights are. But I mean, I wouldn't make a big deal about being pulled away from Hashim and.
Not this in particular, just other things.
Yeah,
because he's, he does other stuff as well. So.
Mm-hmm.
Good to know.
Yeah, but I mean, I would give that advice to anyone. Like if you're.
Yeah.
Not just any random person, but anyone who is, regularly wanting to do public activism, definitely know your rights, because even in the United States, the police may try to intimidate you and try to get you to not do what you're doing without actually having a legal basis for that. And I mean, really, unless you're highly confident that you're not violating the law, the only sane thing to do would be to comply, and thus they get what they want by telling you to leave or whatever. So I would say that people who want to be involved with controversial activism, which could be a wide variety of things, not just Christianity, should probably definitely know what their rights are.
True.
You don't. But they're bastards. They'll approach you for it.
Yeah, but you just say, I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Yeah.
It would be, again, and this is why you need legal advice, because it would be worth raising the question to the police.
Now, listen.
What data have you got on this?
For me, if I'm arrested in a few days' time or sent to the police, although I'll probably be scared shitless of my career, of course I've volunteered into a degree of activism, which of course involves the threat of me doing this. So I am ready for it. I can't wait for it. I think it'll be quite funny. You'll see me having a big smile on my face in the police van. Hopefully, I don't know, organizations like Christian Concern could take care of me. But if you do want to support me, I know advertisement is kind of a bad thing, but I am starting my own Christian Speakers Corner type society. If you go on crossandcorner.org, you can kind of support me.
You to speak to the free speech union.
Yeah, I will do so.
All right, we'll end it there. But you guys advertisement out, I'm fine with his bad advertisement or whatever. But I think that the people here, like you were saying, they actually are giving him good advice that he should figure out what his legal rights are. He shouldn't just have this cavalier attitude. If I get arrested, I get arrested. What's the big deal? Because he might not care about the consequences for himself, but it's not beneficial to what he's advocating for either, for him to get in legal trouble.
Yes, and do remember he is only 16 years old.
Yes, absolutely.
Like one of the first things I said to him was to be very careful, and we really drilled him as, do you actually want to do this? because you are very young, and I know what I was like when I was 16 years old. I don't think I would have been in the position to do what he does. But he's adamant. Absolutely adamant, and he does do what he does very well. He's incredibly knowledgeable, very intelligent, very well spoken, and I wish him all the best. I do think I probably should, if it's all right with you, shout out his channel name.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I don't remember if I put a link to that or not, but if I didn't, I'll add that for sure. I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I don't remember. Oh my days, I don't remember it either. I'm subscribed to him as well.
Yeah, it is Young Bob, but then I think there's a couple other letters after that to make it distinct. So
I think so.
We'll have to look it up.
I'll find it real quick, hopefully.
All right,
Young Bob Studio.
Young Bob Studio. Yep. I think that's it.
Yeah, and the handle is Young Bob Apologia.
All right, Young Bob Studio. If I don't have a link to that, I'll get one added. Let me take a couple of these super chats from Jesus Saves.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Thank you very much for your sadaqah, voluntary donations of over and above the mandatory charity. So actual charity. Thank you too for your ministries. God bless you guys. And thank you very much for your, not just financial support, but for being here and the encouraging words. Let me take one more from Loaves of Bread.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Loaves of Bread stepping up and meeting the huge need for donations. Rest in peace, Malcolm Jamal Warner, Theo Huxtable from Drowning. I don't know what that's about, but got your word out there, and thank you for the donation. So your thoughts on what we witnessed here today, Chris?
We are witnessing, and what we have witnessed today is people like Hashim getting embarrassed at Speaker's Corner because he can't publicly defend his actions. What he did on the WhatsApp group is not good at all, and he is a group admin, and people like Dean Responds have confirmed this. We've seen that there are young Christian apologists who are not afraid of confronting people like Hashim, the, 50 to 60s, I'm not sure how old he is, but he's getting on in years, who aren't afraid of confronting people who are 3, 4, 5 times his age. Wow, that's a lot. Big gap. But Hashim runs away from young Bob because young Bob has the truth and Christ is the truth. And
Amen.
This is something that we're seeing at Speaker's Corner, and the tides are turning, and it's amazing to see. So Lord willing, that will continue, and we'll see the fruits to come.
Absolutely. So question for you from Andy. Is it illegal to have 2 or more wives in the UK?
Yes. Wait, let me just think. What was the thing I was looking at before? Oh, cousin marriage. It's not, sorry, I was looking at something slightly related for a different thing. Yeah, so you can't have more than 1 wife in the UK legally, to my knowledge, but you can unofficially have more than 1 wife. You simply don't register her as your wife. But for all intensive purposes, Islamically, according to their jurists, according to their imams and their sheikhs and whatnot, you have multiple wives. And of course, the Muslima, the women involved, they perceive it as a real marriage. And so for all intents and purposes, it is. It's just the UK doesn't recognize this.
Mm-hmm. And then from David, hey, Chris, do you plan on confronting the Dawa guys about Yasser Qadhi, how Yasser Qadhi has obliterated Islam?
Yes, I very much do want to do this. I have yet to make a response, actually, to Dean Responds, because he tried to defend Yasser Qadhi, And from what I've seen of it, it's absolutely terrible. The thing
that's interesting. He tried to defend him because what's his name? Fareed just came out and said that Yasser Qadi is an idiot or something along those lines.
Yeah. I mean, so defend is a strong word in that sense. I mean, he doesn't support Yasser Qadi because he toes the party line, but he basically says we can show that the hadith are still reliable by this very particular thing, this metric that's totally legit. And it's just nonsense and waffle, really. And other scholars have shown that that's not true whatsoever. So probably going to do a video on that. But yeah, it is important as well to mention it in public places like Speaker's Corner and others. But we've known about it for a long time. Yasser Qadi, I mean, I'm going to defend him now. One of the best Christian scholars, Dr. Yasser Qadi. He is just saying what everyone knows. There's nothing controversial in what he's saying from an academic perspective, not even mildly. The only people that believe that hadith science is a way of establishing historical reliability are Muslims. No one else. Mm-hmm. You won't find people outside of the Islamic faith who say, you know how I know that an event is historically reliable? Well, what I do is I trace back a long list of people, and then I investigate the isnad, the chain, and I look at their characters, and if they're not known as being liars and they're of good moral character, I consider this reliable and a strong chain. No one will use that criteria. Not even to suggest that in academia would be, in all honesty, laughable.
Uh-huh.
But Yasser Qadi knows this, and he was honest about it. He was like, look, if you're a Muslim, then you hold it through faith, not through evidence-based faith, but through a trust that this is just a good thing that you should believe in. When academia is going to say, no, it's riddled with problems and it doesn't establish historical reliability. But we now actually have a scholar saying this, which I think is great. It's good to have their own side admitting this. And Dr. Yasser Qadi is always the first there for some reason. He wants to break new ground. He wants to be the first one. But other scholars have come out and somewhat said the same. If you look on Twitter, there's a lot of back and forward conversations about it. What's interesting is Dr. Yasser Qadi actually linked to Sean W. Anthony and his perspective on this. And Sean W. Anthony, I think he's someone who is learned in Near Eastern languages. I think is his particular speciality. And he gave his view, and Yasser Qadi is endorsing it. And Sean Anthony's view is like, look, it's two separate things. You can't even claim that hadith science will get you historical reliability. That's just not really what it does.
Yeah, and that's actually what Yasser Qadi says in the talk. Basically, that listen, if you're going to be a Muslim and you're going to go to academia, you need to be aware that we have our own ideas, right? We have our own unique epistemologies, is the word to use. We think that hadith are reliable. Academia doesn't. So if you're going to be involved with this, you need to know that. Mary and I actually reviewed the full talk earlier today, and it's over 2 hours, so I don't know how much time you want to commit, but the full talk is actually very interesting. The hadith is just like a 10-minute section. It's not actually important to what he's saying, but essentially throughout the talk, he's arguing that there really is no such thing as authentic Islam. So Salafis will say, which is the dominant strand in the Dawa community, they'll say that, what they have goes back to Muhammad, and there's been this historical, group throughout. Maybe people were deviant, maybe people moved away, but there's always this. And he's saying, no, that's not the case at all. Islam has continually changed. It's continually evolved. Every generation has their own view of Islam. There is no such thing as authentic Islam versus non-authentic Islam. And he ends up arguing almost nonsensically that anyone who says they believe in Allah and follows Muhammad as a role model is a true Muslim, even if they have different contradictory ideas. We should stop worrying about these minor theological issues like the doctrine of God or Tawheed. He literally says different Muslims have different ideas about Tawheed. They have different ideas about shirk, but these are minor issues compared to the questions our youth are asking us, which are things like, does God exist? Or is Muhammad really a valid moral example because there's so many moral problems and the corpus of literature. And we need to address those questions. We need to just get all along. And he actually seems to hold like a postmodernist view where he's like, if we stop acting like the doctrine of God is important, then it will stop being important. We create truth. So it's really, really crazy how he like just throws all of Islamic theology under the bus in his new post-Salafi movement that he's trying to organize here, where truth no longer matters.
Yeah, he's Yasser Qadhi is an interesting guy. I'm not sure what to make of him exactly, because if you look at some of the old stuff he said, it seems to be, you can find some stuff he said that seems pretty like, whoa. But then again, that was a while back, so maybe he's had like a change of heart. And I know that he was an apostate for a while, and then he rejoined again. Actually, I want to clarify that. I'm not sure if he was a full-blown apostate or if he was just questioning. I can't remember if he said he left or he was thinking about leaving. I'm not sure.
Yeah, his words was he had a theological crisis.
Right. Yeah.
And in principle, that's what he was being asked about when Mohammed Hijab, and I'm quite sure that Yasser Qadhi had no idea the questions about the Quran were coming. In principle, that's what Yasser or what Mohammed Hijab was asking about, but then he gets sprung with all this stuff about the Quran. If he knew it was coming, he wouldn't have been like desperately trying to end the conversation over and over again in the famous holes narrative. Now, so nominally, it might have been included versions of the Quran, but it was actually everything. I've seen him describe it in, details elsewhere. He basically says when he went to Yale, they destroyed everything he believed about historical Islam. That they took the building that Islam had built, ripped it down to stones, and said, "You're on your own," and he had to figure out how to rebuild it.
Wow. But see, what's interesting is most Muslims and da'is don't know this,
right?
And that's what I really like. He's the whistleblower in a way, the canary in the mines. So he's an interesting character, and he seems pleasant enough. Like, I watched him on Gabriel Reynolds' YouTube channel, exploring the Quran and the Bible, and he seems perfectly reasonable. But
yeah, he's like he would say he has a foot in two different completely different areas, in that he has a foot in academia and he has a foot in the mosque, and he has
a foot in the hole.
Right, he has to treat things completely different, except he doesn't actually like have any actual status in academia. He doesn't hold a faculty position or write papers or get published in an academic press or anything. But in his mind, he's like, connected to academia. And also he is actually a sheikh and does, weekly talks at the mosque or whatever. And depending on the audience, he'll give a completely different take on things. And he actually, stupidly enough, I don't know how you can be this dumb, but instead of asking before they started recording what kind of answers they want, he actually, after they do the introduction, he's like, sorry, I don't know you guys well enough. I need to know how I'm supposed to answer the questions. Do you want an academic answer or do you want a faith-based answer?
Oh, that's bad.
And then they say this is an academic channel. That's what we're interested in. And he's like, okay, in that case, I'll try to be fair. I'll try to be balanced. I'll try to give the true interpretation. So if you do a video or talk about it, make sure to get that part, because I don't know if anyone else has highlighted that. But that question there at the start is very revealing, right? Very revealing about how he approaches things. There's and I don't think he's being dishonest per se, but in his mind, there's the faith reality. This is true because Allah said it. We just believe it. We don't need evidence. And then there's academia where you need evidence, and well, we don't have any. So I think he actually lives that contradiction in his mind, that it's not just an act, that you can say one thing to an academic and it's true because that's what how that environment perceives true. And you can say an opposite thing to the mosque, and that's also true because that's how truth is constructed in that environment. And you see there's just different competing truths. And so depending on the environment you're in, you have different truth. And I think that's what he actually thinks based on watching this whole talk. He doesn't use the word postmodernist once, but everything he's describing is postmodernism, where truth no longer exists. Everyone constructs their own reality. It's impossible to reconstruct anything that happened in the past. Everyone's just interacting with their culture, and everything's bouncing off one another, and there is no such thing as absolute truth. And that seems to be the idea he's embracing, with one tiny caveat that you have to say that Allah is your God and Muhammad is your prophet.
Terrible. But I guess that's what he's embraced to solve the problem, right? Postmodernism, no objective truth. Mm-hmm. Everything's subjective. That's how he'll solve it, which is a cop-out in my mind.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Joe Chris says, so he lies to believers, but it's truthful to Muslim scholars. I mean, that's how we'd perceive it. I'm trying to be fair and say that I think he actually perceives both contradictory ideas as true at the same time.
Do you remember when he caused controversy because of the zombie idea?
Uh-huh.
Do you remember that? Yeah. That just came to me, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, he regularly sticks his foot in his mouth, regardless of. I mean, I think he's probably a very intelligent individual. He, at least in some sense, wants to be intellectually honest, but he's just constantly sticking his foot in his mouth.
Yeah.
And then he has to walk it back, right? He doesn't just stand his ground and say, no, what I said was true. Then he walks it back, like the holes, right? He initially tries to ignore it, tries to shut off the comments, tries to pretend like nothing happened. If there's too much pressure keeps mounting. And so then he does a video saying, I miss, or what I said was technically true, but people misunderstood. I was saying that there's different ways to pronounce the Quran. Which is a million miles from what he's saying, right? It's a million miles from what he's saying, but he walks it all back and says, that's what I really meant. It's just like the difference between an American accent and a British accent. That's literally the example he uses. He doesn't even say we have different words for the same thing, which you could also say about British and American English. But he says we have different accents. We pronounce vowels differently. So
I actually have one of the books that he published. And he doesn't say that in the book. In the book, he's a lot more honest, and he's like, "Yeah, the color art. It's probably more than just that. It's like, all right, though. I'm guessing he has a lot more freedom to speak candidly in books. But what he says online, I guess, maybe he hasn't figured out. It needs to be a bit more cautious."
Well, in the holes, he almost left social media, right? He's like, I've been thinking about it for a long time. If I leave social media in the next couple months, it's not just because of this controversy. I don't think it's healthy to be on social media all the time. Another ironic thing he does in the whole talk is he says, anyone who takes these theological debates to Twitter or YouTube is a complete fool. And then like literally 30 seconds later, he's like, this is why I no longer teach. Basically saying I no longer teach theology in the mosque. I just like do a pep rally, I guess. But then like, literally 30 seconds after he said, anyone who puts this on YouTube or Twitter, i.e. in a public space, is a moron. And then he says, and because I no longer teach it in the mosque, that's why I have a YouTube channel where I put the theology stuff I care about on.
Oh, dear. Poor Yasakari, man.
Indeed. So Mary says that he's not stupid, so that's why I'm so confused why he's so clueless. He definitely seems to have foot and mouth disease. That's all I can say. There's just something about him. He doesn't know how to phrase things.
Yeah, he's intelligent, he's smart, but he's not wise, I guess,
Mm-hmm. Doesn't know when to shut up. All right, let me take a couple more of these super chats from Loaves of Bread.
US Karen is Australia's internet nanny.
Very nice there. So on this channel, since we got some new people here today, you can have either the goat apologist or the ape apologist read your super chats. Loaves of Bread triggering that. Thank you very much for that. Question from Snoopy: is Jay Smith still at Sneakers Corner or Speakers Corner?
No, in the sense that Jay Smith now has a lot of his work in foreign ministries. He does a lot of ministry to people in parts of Africa as well as the Middle East. He is predominantly trying to get his message, his academic arguments against the historical reliability of the Sunni traditions of Islam. He's getting that out there, and the church in Nigeria is hungry for that, as well as in other areas that are highly persecuted, and he's working with teams to get that to them as much as he can do. So he's not in the corner as often as he used to be. The last time he was at the corner was in June because of the NAPC conference. And I was there on the ladder with him, and it was great. But yeah, he comes there realistically probably once a year because he's just so busy now. He's got lots of other stuff he's got to do. So.
Mm-hmm. And then we have a super chat from Fatwad.
Every single person that donates, inshallah, you're going to get a reward. You know what? Forget donate. Invest. You invest in your hereafter. Forgive me for pranking you guys, but I had to. Yeah, I'm the king of clickbait. Goodbye.
Definitely a clickbait there. You'll get a reward for your donation. But Ali Dawa, proud king of clickbait. And unlike Hijab, although they have the same number of subscribers, Ali Dawa really doesn't have any loyalty. He has grown his entire audience through clickbait videos and doesn't get a tremendous number of views relative to his channel size. He gets way more than me. But
Daniel Apologetics, who's a really awesome channel everyone watching should check out. He actually pointed out that one of his live streams got more people than his. And he just found this hilarious. He's like, you got millions of subscribers, well, 1 point something million subscribers. How on earth are your live streams performing so badly? And I actually think this is just a testament to the fact that subscribers doesn't actually mean much. How relevant you are and how connected you are, how able you are to address culture and make interesting videos is a lot more important than how many subscribers you have. It's just a vanity metric. It's so that they can, be famous, basically, and that's what it's for.
Yeah, exactly. He might have a lot of people who click subscribe, but he doesn't have a lot of fans. I have literally never seen a single Muslim in the chat or in the YouTube comments, for example, saying you should debate Ali Dawa.
No, I mean Ali Dawa he's a businessman. He spends. Avery came up to debate him, and Ali Dawa spent most of the time trying to. He wasn't even addressing Avery. He was addressing his chat, telling them to buy more prayer mats. I mean, this to me is like, what are you doing? Like, you can't even defend your religion anymore. How are you Ali Dawa? Emphasis on Dawa there. When you have an audience of tens of thousands of people watching, you're there saying buy prayer mats.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a joke, really, and it shows you that they're done. Like this is really about making money for them. That's really it. There's nothing more to say. They are people who want to make money. They don't want to go and get a normal job. So, yeah, sell prayer mats.
So, what it says, basically, they can't allow the optics of Muslims harming a Jew. I assume this was probably in response to when you were talking about how they told a Jewish man that he wasn't allowed to go certain places or he'd be in trouble. But what they were really saying is the Muslims will attack you and we can't do anything about it. And that would look really bad.
Yep. That is exactly it. Silly stuff. But that's where we're at in the UK.
And then we had a comment here from Christian is defined as little Christ. I mean, it means that. I'm not sure it's defined that way, though. A lot of Mormons I know are kind. Mormons are like Muslims. If Islam was actually the religion of peace, as I like to say.
So I'd say, yeah, in a sense, Mormons are very loving people. I know a few Mormons, but not many. But yeah, they're lovely people. They have to be. But yeah, I mean, true peace is to know Christ, and I don't think Mormons know Christ, and I think that's kind of another side of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fairness, you know, the average Muslim you might meet on the street, there's a good chance they might there's a good chance that they will support jihad if push comes to shove, but they'd rather live their lives in peace, right? They'd rather not advocate for violence on a daily basis or something.
So there's some interesting statistics here. There was a year, and guys, you'll have to check what I'm saying here, but there was a year in the UK where more Muslims joined ISIS or foreign designated terrorist groups than actively joined either the army or the navy. I can't remember which one it is, but there was a year where more people, according to government statistics, went to join extremist groups than our own army or navy. So that is a bit worrying, partly because we have so few Muslims who want to join military, and apparently a fair amount comparatively that want to join other groups. The other thing is there was a very large poll done of Muslims back in 2015, I believe, by the guy who was, I think it was Foreign Secretary to Tony Blair at the time. His name's David something. People in the chat, you can yell at me for missing the name. But he actually, later on, he went out and did a poll of Muslims and asked them some questions about what they believe. And the results are quite damaging. One of the questions was, if you knew someone who was involved in extremism, like Islamic extremism, would you inform the police? And a much higher percentage than you would imagine said no. Another question was, should homosexuality be legal? And I want to make sure you understand the context here. It's not, do we support it? It's not, we'll tolerate it, but we're against it. No, should it actually be legal? So in other words, should you be arresting people for being gay? And roughly 50-50 split. So 50% roughly of polled Muslims back when this poll was done believe that if you are practicing homosexual, you should go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
It included a lot of very awkward questions about women, about all sorts of things, and nothing about this poll looked good. Everything about this poll made you seriously question, in what sense is Islam moderate, right? And if you go by these polls, it kind of looks like it's hard to define what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, you can go on and on.
Yeah. I think that Mary kind of explained this very well, that regardless of the way a Muslim might feel, right, they might want to live a nice Western style life, but they know that what the religion teaches, right? They generally understand what they're supposed to advocate for. So even if they don't personally want it, they will advocate for it. They'll vote that way. They'll answer surveys that way, because they know what they're supposed to want. They know that this is supposed to be the ideal, right? It's not just an opinion. It's the ideal example provided by Muhammad. And this is what Islam's supposed to be. So they leave their Islamic country because it's a terrible place to live and they hate it there. And then they come to a place that's better to live and they like that, but they know they're not supposed to. And so they end up advocating for what they left from.
Yeah. There's a lot of, they support Sharia law ultimately. That was a question that was asked. Most Muslims support, they advocate or are happy with getting Sharia law. And what that means would be the end of democracy, because democracy is not Sharia compliant. And with that ends basically everything, the reestablishment of the caliphate, that's coming back. And it's crazy how, you mentioned voting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of quietism in Muslim communities, but we're seeing that change more and more because there are now Muslim MPs that they go around calling people to support them, calling people to vote for them at the local election level. And a lot of the time they just use Palestine as the reason, right? It's like, you know, if you vote for me, I will do XYZ for Palestine. You guys all love Palestine, so you should all vote for me, because otherwise they wouldn't vote in a lot of cases. We now see that there are now areas that have Muslim MPs, and they're making it very much about Islam. They are the Islamic vote, which people have been warning about for a long time, and we're now starting to see. I like the lap cap, by the way. This is.
So we got a super chat from Drew.
Wasting your time on social media is one of the best deeds a Muslim can do. There's a huge need for it. You know this and I know this. So that makes the reward even greater. So give generously and Allah Azza wa Jal will give you even more.
Thank you for your generosity there, Drew. And Mohammed Hijab thanks you as well. Obviously, he wants those donations for something a little bit different. So Drew says, we don't want Zohran Mamdani closer to conditions like that in the UK. So Zohran won the Democratic primary in New York City, potentially moving towards being the mayor of New York. He comes from a Muslim background, and well, he actually comes from a mixed background. One of his parents is from India and is like a Hindu background, but his other parent has a Muslim background, and he has made statements supportive of Sharia, but he's also made statements that are more disturbing to me personally, that it basically advocating for outright communism. So that's what this is about. However, it's unlikely that even if elected, he would be able to move the laws of New York City towards Sharia, because there would be clear, unambiguous violations of the U.S. Constitution, and it's very unlikely he would get away with that.
Okay. Well, America needs not to fall. Please don't fall, America. We're not doing pretty good over here, so if you guys fall as well,
yeah, I mean, we look at, I mean, the UK especially, like even more so than most of Europe, really seems to be the #1 target for Muslims to take over. There might be more in numbers in places like France, but French culture pushes back against it really hard, for example. And there's a large number in Germany, but there's a huge uprising among the citizens of Germany opposing it. Poland's just outright opposed to Muslims coming there. So the UK does seem to be the at least most successful target from my point of view. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little biased because I live in this place, so I get to see everything firsthand. Yeah, I mean, we have insane levels of immigration, which has always been a massive problem for us. We had a government that was largely voted in with the promise that they would end ridiculous levels of net migration, but then they didn't. They just increased it, which was pretty profound, and they managed to do this for about 14 years, which is just silly. Yeah, we didn't have a backbone. No one took it seriously. I still think most people don't. We have a nation that so class is like a thing in the UK. How people are perceived through class, and it's quite complicated. But we have, just like everywhere in Europe, but we have rich people that are beyond culture. Their culture is the international culture. Their culture is they go to like really expensive like apartments and things in the middle of London where they don't have to deal with these kind of issues. They're in the nice areas, basically. And because they live that way, they're not affected by this. So they don't mind if more and more, asylum seekers or people from a different background, an Islamic background, come in. It doesn't affect them. Mm-hmm. And until it does, yeah, the UK isn't really going to take note and change anything.
Yeah, doesn't affect them, and then it does, but then it might be too late. 10 Gifted Reason Answers memberships from Nissan Attic.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا
Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. He just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
So
Allah has to ask for loans.
I might have slightly deceptively edited that. So he says Allah wants your loans, and then he's like, this reminds me of a story about this guy, or reminds me of your friend who he has ability, he just has cash flow problems, he needs Allah, and this puts so much shame into my heart because Allah needs help. So slightly deceptive, but he's also telling the story in the context of why you should donate to Allah. So
Allah needs loans, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Good loans with good interest rates.
Nissan Addict didn't listen, though. He decided to gift memberships instead, which I don't think help Allah's cause there. This comes up all the time because I play these clips on all the super chats. People are like, I thought interest was haram, but it's not for Allah, right? So that is actually the concept, right? That you donate to Allah instead of giving loans to people and charging interest, and Allah pays you back with interest instead. Because Allah obviously is not under the law for human beings, so he can give you whatever he wants back in return for your loan, which means donation to a mosque or a Dawa organization or whatever.
I just got, when they say that there's an advert for an investment and it says, warning, you may lose some of your initial capital. I'm just thinking that in the Allah context, right? You do all this stuff, and I was like, I'll give you a little back.
Yeah, very bad risk, don't loan. Yeah. Junk bond grade here, junk bond grade. And Misha SWB says, give a loan to Thaddeus. Give a loan to Thaddeus. No, that's not fair. You should give to your local church primarily.
Yeah.
As far as your charitable organization or your charitable giving gives. Loaves of Bread with a question for you, Chris. Are 16-year-old minors after they get the vote? So I guess you get the right to vote at 16?
We do now. It recently changed under Keir Starmer's government. They passed legislation that allows 16-year-olds to vote. So I believe in the next election, 16-year-olds will vote for the first time. So people have pointed out hypocrisy here. At 16 years old, you can't drink, for example.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can buy cigarettes. You can't go to war, like full-on war. You can join is it the TA or something? You can join some kind of military reserves, but you can't go out on frontline combat unless you're 18. All these different things that you're not allowed to do, and yet we're now letting people vote at the age of 16. I think that's silly, just absolutely ridiculous. 16-year-olds should. I mean, the problem I have with it as well is it's very obvious why they're doing it. It's a very left-leaning government, and they know that young people have a habit of voting more liberally, so it just means there'll be more votes for them. Not many though, because most 16-year-olds probably struggle to get out of bed. But it's a principle of it, really. And it's another argument. I mean, I think that the age of consent should be hired. That's my view. I think that 18 is actually somewhat, given how people act mentally these days, is probably, if anything, it needs to be hired. So when it comes to, we're going to give younger people than that, 16, more say, I'm just thinking, no, that's ridiculous. I don't even think at the age of 16 I would have anything meaningful to contribute politically. That's me personally. I'm just saying, because I was a typical 16-year-old, so.
Yeah, lots of no one in the chat saying that 16-year-olds should vote. Frog1 Dog 2 says, I met 16-year-old me. Yeah, I'm not voting for 16-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly right.
Chris says, at 16 I wouldn't have voted.
Yeah.
So everyone's basically just saying it's a bad idea. But the question though, right? You're not changing the legal age of adulthood, right? It's still staying at 18.
Yeah, it's still saying. It's still saying.
So legally, children can vote.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
legally speaking, obviously, an adolescent isn't really a child, but legally speaking, someone who is not an adult can vote.
The way I think about it is there are still things that parents have to give consent for, even at the age of 16, right? And that, like you can have a 16-year-old voting, but might need his parents' consent to sign a form for something, right? It's a bit like doesn't seem to match up there. So yeah, it's just inconsistency.
Oh yeah, that's actually a really good example, right? Because you couldn't like sign a business contract, but you can vote for the contract of the country, what it's going to do.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems, and to be honest, it just goes against the trend. The trend is that I don't feel that people, you can live a very individualistic life nowadays very easily, especially if you're in the UK. You don't need to know the hardships of communities. You can live totally absent of it. To be honest with you, I did, so why on earth you would give that person to vote on things that affect communities is beyond me.
Yeah,
Barney the purple dinosaur.
Yeah, saying that, and they would have voted for Barney or anime character. I don't have it on the screen, so I can't read what it was, but definitely you get a lot of jokes. You would get teenagers who feel really passionate, really enthusiastic about their politics, but that doesn't necessarily mean they may know anything either.
Yeah.
Sam D says Chris would make a wonderful American, and I'd say he makes a wonderful Brit, right? Why does everyone have to be American?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the compliment.
Misha asks if I'm doing another stream after this one. No, two is my limit. I'm not doing a third.
You've been going for a long time.
Yeah, since 8 hours basically, with just a tiny break in between. So last super chat type thing, in this case becoming a channel member from Frog1Dog2.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose this great opportunity? Remember, when the person is on his deathbed, the last minute, he will ask Allah Jalla wa Ala to be delayed for 1 second to do what? Not to pray, not to do other things, but to give sadaqah, because sadaqah you can give it just like this, in 1 second.
Frog1Dog2, welcome to channel membership. You made a good choice. Yeah, you gave your sadaqah. You didn't miss out on the opportunity. The context here is that the angels are watching you. They're making notes for Allah. They want to know if you're scoring points and getting into heaven or not. And so make sure to donate as much as possible. That's literally what he's arguing for, obviously to his particular Dawa organization, of course. So Christian is Little Christ. I guess they changed their username after I said doesn't technically means okay, but 16, not even 17 really. And why 16? Do you get to drive at 16 in the UK? Because in the United States 16 is the age of driving.
You can get your provisional, which means I think there's different vehicle types, like a moped I think is a little different. You can start learning to drive at 16, and maybe 17 is the age you can actually. I'm not sure. But at 16 you can start the process. Let's put it that way.
So, what's the argument for 16? They just pick an arbitrary age then, or?
Oh, in all honesty, it's because they want more liberal kids to vote.
I know, but they could pick 17 or 15, right? They could go 15 and got even more, right?
The argument is, what they do is they say, so 16-year-olds can work.
Ah, okay.
So they can work, right? Young Bob works, right? As I mentioned earlier, he pays taxes, and the argument is, if you're old enough to pay tax, you're old enough to vote. Now, I like this kind of thinking because the way I see it is, well, hang on a sec. If paying taxes is linked to voting, if I revoke my vote, can I not pay any taxes?
I'll take that deal. I'll take that deal anytime.
But apparently it doesn't work that way. So that's how they justify it. The thing is people point out, yeah, but you can work if you're 13 in the UK, there are specific exceptions for certain roles that children. So the traditional one would be like a paper route, right? You know, you deliver the papers. This is something that I remember. I was going to do this when I was 13 to raise some like pocket money. I don't think 13-year-olds therefore get the vote. I think that's really silly. But you know, I mean, it doesn't make any sense. It's all about city political stuff, you know.
No, this wasn't an 8-hour live stream. I had 2 back-to-back live streams, both around 4 hours each. Frog One says, if we keep giving Thaddeus money, he has to stay online.
No,
and
stop it. End it
FLP,
now.
yeah, FLP tested that. So from FLP, maybe. I don't know why I didn't play. Let me manually play it. I don't know what happened there, but it did generate. I can manually play it. Hold on. I got to make sure. It has audio. Okay, so it should play.
Thaddeus, sending my loan to you because I love you. No, I'm not Mojab. This is my AI twin talking.
Thank you very much for the love there. And FLP explained. I just want to hear Mojab say, I love Thaddeus. Oh, well. Thank you very much for your support. So that's what I was going to say. You can work at 14 specific jobs in the U.S. with our labor laws. They should not vote. Yeah, so in the U.S., you can work very limited hours at 14, but you can work a family-owned business at any age, any number of hours. If you're, I'm not sure how immediate family it has to be, but basically family businesses are exempt, which makes sense in a way, right? Because if you're the parent in the business all the time, because you're, you know, it's a small business and you're trying to make it work, your kids are there playing, someone could say they're laboring or whatever. But family businesses are exempt. So in theory, I guess 6-year-olds, right, should be able to vote based on this logic here. But at 16, you can work 40 hours. You can work a full-time job in the United States. You have to be 18 to work more than 40 hours. But people would argue that you can be, that's why you should be 16 and be able to vote, that and or the ability to drive.
You know, the thing that British people always get caught up with, apart from the gun stuff, is your drinking laws. That's something we always get confused with. Because, like, is it federal law that it's 21?
Yes. Originally, it wasn't. I'm almost certain that there was a couple states that held out and wanted 18, so they made it a federal law to be 21.
Right. So that's where this is kind of weird, because you guys get lots of rights before that at 18, and then you get to 21, it's like, oh, now you can drink. And it just seems to be like, whoa. That one always confuses us. But
yeah, so you get, 18 is full adulthood. You get basically every single thing. You get to vote. You can be drafted into the army. you can sign contracts. You're fully accountable.
I'll bring up the big one. Well, I was gonna say, like, you can buy and own firearms, right, at the age of 18.
Yeah, I assume so.
That's to us what always kind of like.
Yeah, it's a possibility that there could be states with a different law. I don't think it's a federal age, but generally, yeah, 18 you can buy firearms. You can be held fully accountable for any crime you commit. You don't get any juvenile justice or anything, but you can't drink. Drinking, you have to be 21. That is the one exception.
Yeah, interesting.
Run or you'll never get any sleep, says Levi, because a couple more people sent in super chats. So from Drew here. And it seems to have broken for. Oh, yeah. The bot actually went down. YouTube didn't connect. So I'll play this. Oh, actually, this one didn't even generate because the bot had gone down before you sent it in, so I'll just read it. Yasser Qadi recommending Mahmoud Mandani's book, Good Muslim, Bad Muslim. The author is Zohran Mandani's dad.
Good impression.
All right. I restarted the bot, but because it didn't even generate it when it mattered if it was started or not. It said that YouTube service unavailable. So for whatever reason, YouTube didn't connect there. And then Bell Redder also with a super chat here.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Thousands
That's a
of
lot
apples. Yeah, this is the channel favorite here, Mufti Menk, or Goofty Menk, I should say. His analogy is you have an apple, you eat the whole apple, and then there's just like the seeds left over. That is your mandatory donation there. That's your zakat. You put those seeds in the ground by giving your zakat to your Muslim charities. And then Allah will turn those seeds into many, many more apples. You had one apple, but now you have thousands. So he says for every dollar you donate, by implication here, you get thousands of dollars in returns. So good deal. Good deal.
Sounds like a pyramid scheme. Not gonna lie.
Bowrider says, posting just to waste your time. Thank you for wasting my time and for the donation. You ate it. What happened? All of it? Yes, all of it. And then you put it into the earth. One of the originals, we've added more over time, but one of the very originals there in the audience favorite from Mufti Menk. Mufti does seem to be the best at the prosperity hadith, as we like to call it around here. The prosperity hadith, where you promise lots and lots of wealth for your donations. Not unique to scam Christian preachers, found in Islam as well. All right. Wait, so who's the Apple guy's name? Mufti Menk. I don't actually know what his real first name is, but he goes by Mufti Menk. He's probably he's not really a Dawa guy, but he's probably actually the best known Islamic figure in the Muslim world worldwide. He's been nicknamed the $1 billion Sheikh or the $1 billion Mufti. I don't think he's actually worth $1 billion, but he is phenomenally wealthy because he has tons of connections in prestigious communities and extremely well respected in the Muslim world. He does a little bit of social media stuff. You can find his YouTube channel has like 3 million subscribers or something. But he's not a Dawa guy. He's just a preacher. And there definitely is a distinction there. All right. Thanks for popping on Reasoned Answers, Chris. Great to see you and looking forward to seeing you coming back. So your final thoughts for today, Chris?
I am very tired. I think, I said it before, but we've seen what's happening at Speaker's Corner. It's very exciting for us as Christians. We're seeing people come to Christ and we're seeing more people leave Islam. And people like Hashim cannot stop that. They are getting in lots of controversies. They are not able to maintain their character because they don't have a good example. Their moral example is Muhammad. It is not Jesus Christ, and that is the downfall of them. But yeah, thank you for having me on, Thaddeus. I
anything
really
you got
being
coming
here.
up on your channel you want to promote before we go?
Anything on my channel I want to promote? Check out some of we mentioned it earlier, Hamza's dodgy dealings. I do some videos on that. Check those out. If you're interested in learning more about the Islamic dilemma, I do like a back and forward thing with Dean Responds in trying to address his solution to it. I think he doesn't really have a solution anyway, but yeah, Really interesting stuff if you're into apologetics and you want to know about how to show Islam is false by using the Islamic dilemma. And other than that, yeah, I've got some stuff in the pipework coming up. I've just finished reading the Quran again, so trying to make notes and do some study in that for the Islamic dilemma. But otherwise, check out mubahala.mayhem.com.
Oh yes,
the
absolutely.
link I believe is in the description down below. If you want to hear some funny voices by some Muslim and Christian apologists and play a cool game as you do it.
All right. A couple people asked me to ask you to play your guitar. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. It's late. You want to go to bed, no doubt. I'll leave it up to you.
I'm gonna. You know, it's 2:15 here, so it's a little late for that.
Little late. All right, we'll let you go. Tomorrow, I'm hoping Mary with debate prep. She'll be debating Robert Spencer on the question of whether Muhammad is a historical figure or complete myth on Friday. Thursday night, I will be streaming with David Wood on this channel. We'll be comparing King David to the Hotel Mohammed Hijab situation, showing the difference between repentance, the difference between accountability, and what we see in the Dawa scene there. I might stream on Wednesday, but nothing specifically scheduled at this time. That's what's coming up. Have more videos on Aisha and the hotel hijab situation. Things are developing. More stuff is coming out. Look for something very special very soon. That's all I'll say about that. Thank you all for joining us today. And as tradition, we will close out with the words of Pastor Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.